the Grayston Coral Sportsman's Club. They are the sponsors and the presenting sponsors for Renda Digital TV. We'll be giving you coverage all season long with the Homer Center Wildcats on Renda Digital TV, so you'll be able to take advantage of that. Something also that changed this year, I'm not sure if the camera can see, but if it can, we've got our high school football preview books. These were just done. They are highly sought after. We still have several, so stop by the radio station at some point this week. Probably not this weekend. There may not be somebody to greet you, but stop by during our business hours between 8 and 5. Pick up one of these. You'll be able to find previews about each of the teams in the Heritage Conference, also Indiana and IUP, and some of the things that are in there, predictions. I understand Wildcat Nation is looking out for Ward Hilliard after that 4-6 pick that you forecasted for the Wildcats this season.
I wasn't even aware I forecasted that, but apparently it's in there, so it must be the gospel. Huh?
So, well, the Wildcats are coming back with a lot of new faces, brand new offensive line and defensive line. That's what happens when you play small school football. Sometimes you graduate everybody. And so a lot of things to find out about both of these teams as we kick off tonight's coverage. Coming up, Jake Slobodnik's going to take us around the Heritage Conference. He'll talk about the games that are coming up this evening, and also we'll hear from Marion Center head coach Adam Rising. Mark Burdick caught up with him. That is all coming up here on your Wildcat Football Radio Network.
Sports are fun.
The high school football season returns tonight, and Heritage Conference teams look to open the year on the winning note. Hey, this is Jake Slobodnik with this week's trip around the Heritage Conference. Let's take a look at this week's slate of games. One of the newcomers to the Heritage Conference, Conemaugh Township, opens its inaugural campaign against River Valley at the STEAM Academy in Salzburg. Now, for Conemaugh Township, they lost their quarterback, several offensive stars, and their head coach from last year, but new coach Brandon Studer said that his team is ready for a fight tonight. Meanwhile, River Valley, coming off a one-win season and a winless Heritage Conference campaign last year, look to go 1-0 to start off 2023. Myself and Chuck Clark have the call of that game on Cat Country 106.3 FM and catcountry1063fm.com. On WCCS and Renda Digital TV, Homer Center makes the trek to Marion Center to battle the Stingers. Marion Center lost a lot of key players last year. Homer Center, they dealt with a slew of injuries, but they return a lot of key players. Travis Williams and Ward Hilliard have the call on WCCS 101.1 FM and AM 1160, and Renda Digital TV presented by the Grayston Coral Sportsman's Club. Our U92 Game of the Week features two of the strongest teams in the conference as defending District 6 champion Northern Cambria battles preseason favorite United Valley at Duffy Doherty Stadium. Todd Marino has the call of that game on the new U92.5 and U92Radio.com. Other Heritage Conference matchups this week include West Shamokin taking on Penns Manor, Cambria Heights battling Purchase Line, and Portage, who last year debuted in the Heritage Conference, battles the second newcomer, Conemaugh Valley. All games kick off at 7. If you miss anything from Friday's slate of games, tune in tomorrow morning to the Luther Ford Coaches Corner program on WDAD 100.3 FM, AM 1450, and WDADradio.com. That's all for now. Enjoy tonight's Heritage Conference action. I'm Jake Slobodnik for your hometown radio stations, and I'll see you next time on the trip around the Heritage Conference.
We're the lifeblood of the community.
It's so much more than just a job.
So good patient care is providing top quality care, but also in a timely fashion.
They don't need to go to Pittsburgh for that. They can stay right here in their backyard.
So when a patient walks into your office, you receive them as your family member.
A patient leaves my office feeling heard.
And the focus truly is on what will get us our best patient outcome.
Welcome back to the ITT pregame show from Molino Stadium in Marion Center with head coach Adam Rising as promised. And coach, time for your 6th season already. Walk us through your preseason camp, your scrimmage, and where your team is at as you get ready for that 6th season.
Yeah, hard to believe. 6 years flies by when you're having fun, right? Preseason has been excellent, Mark. Guys been working really hard. We've been to a lot of different camps, from 7-on-7 to the weight room and a team camp at a college this year. And guys really bought in. Our commitment level has been really, really high. And kids are super excited. My coaching staff's excited, and we're ready to kick off the game tonight.
Well, as you get ready for tonight's opener, would you say your offense is ahead of the defense, or maybe the other way around?
I would say hopefully we're pretty even. I always tease with our defense coordinator, Coach P.J. Ackerson, has been calling the defense now for 6 years as well. I always tell him, if you're lucky to get one defensive practice a week, with myself calling the offense. But no, I was very pleased after our scrimmage. Offensively, it always takes time to get things meshing and to get your line working together from a gel standpoint. But defensively, we flew around pretty well last Saturday, flying to the football and obviously communicating. But just like every game, especially early in the year, of just being smooth with transition from plays, timing, getting guys get different sets on and off the field to eliminate the chance to delay a game. And obviously the game of turnovers, Mark's going to be key for tonight.
Alex Stewart takes over at quarterback. Adam, he rushed for 626 yards last year. Talk about the switch and how he's adapted from running back to quarterback.
Alex is a great kid. I tell you what, he's put on probably a good 15 to 20 pounds of muscle in the weight room. Strong, explosive. And obviously, he's here between him and Drew Runk that was getting a lot of reps. Unfortunately, we're going to be without Drew this year. He tore his ACL with us at a camp and just recently had surgery. So my heart goes out for Drew. But with Alex, he transitioned into the position real well, Mark. He's going to be able to do a lot of things for us. He runs hard, throws a nice ball. He's got good footwork from being a solid baseball player, and he's a leader by example. And so we're excited to see what he can do for our offense this year as well.
Well, I know for the first time in Coach Page's tenure, the two teams are meeting in a season opener. Like yourselves, Homer Center lost some seniors from last year's team, but like you, they have some nice skill people returning. Scrimmages can be tough to judge, but what did you see in their scrimmage versus Northern Cambria?
Yeah, the tradition of Homer speaks for itself, and what Coach Page does with his group of kids every year. He has my utmost respect for being one of the top coaches in the conference, and there's no doubt about it. His kids are going to be ready. They always are. Small town football where you get those group of seniors that move on and those underclassmen have to step up. I feel like the Hill kid, I've been watching him since Pee Wee's run. Landon's just a strong running back that I know had close to 1,200 yards last year. He seems like he's going to be their workhorse. He's just a big, strong kid that runs hard. And when you got a kid like Alexander, quarterback, that throws a nice ball and moves well in the pocket and gives you the ability also to run. It's a dynamic duo there between those two. And the Dunn kid stuck out. He's got good speed. He's explosive as well. And I look at them being very well balanced in what they do, Mark. We're definitely going to have our challenge seeked out for tonight.
What are the keys tonight for you, Adam?
Keys, our motto since it's been all summer is just striving for progress. It's kind of been our quote, and we're just, looking to make progress from play 1 to play 155. We have to control the line of scrimmage. We have to hold on to the football, minimum of hopefully no turnovers, create turnovers on defense. Just understand, from our guys, understand that in the game of football, one play doesn't determine an outcome. And stay the course on what we need to do, and just play a good, clean football game is going to be the key for this evening.
Coach, as always, thanks for doing this. As you know, I'll be missing tonight's game due to a family commitment. Travis Williams and Ward Hilliard will have the call, but glad to contribute with the pregame interview, and I wish you the best not only tonight but all season long.
Thanks a lot, Mark, for everything that you and your team do, and dance the night away.
Thank you so much. Hey, coming up next, we'll dance with Homer Center head coach Greg Page. He will join us when the ITT pregame show continues from Dr. John Molino Stadium at Marion Center. It's the Stingers and the Wildcats in the season opener right here on the IRMC Football Network.
At IRMC, we have all of the necessary pieces in place to perform complex operations, including highly skilled and specially trained surgeons, their support team of experts, and advanced technology like the Da Vinci robotic surgical system. As a result, patients spend less time in the hospital, recover faster, and get treated close to home. So there's no reason to puzzle over where you should get your surgical care. The answer is right here at IRMC.
Milk every moment.
Introducing the new Colonial Advantage at Colonial Auto Group. Our complimentary program with every new and used vehicle. 1 year of no-charge maintenance, meaning you can enjoy your new vehicle and let us take care of the rest. Plus, a lifetime warranty. That's a $2,500 value. The Colonial Advantage program is our way of giving you peace of mind with every Colonial vehicle purchase. Colonial Auto Group, home of the Colonial Advantage. Visit shopcolonialcars.com.
Luxembourg's Jewelers, a proud supporter of all the area athletes, would like to wish the best of luck to all the Heritage Conference schools and, of course, the Indiana Little Indians this season. With 2 convenient locations, Luxembourg's Jewelers is the winning choice for gifts of any occasion. Show your school pride with gifts ranging from beautifully logoed coffee mugs, keychains, money clips, water bottles, and more. From the Indiana Mall to downtown Indiana, Hip, Jeff, and the Luxembourg's team wishes everyone an MVP season. Luxembourg's Jewelers is Indiana's jeweler.
Hello, this is Jay
and Shannon
from Hutton Blues Insurance. We pride ourselves on building strong personal relationships with our clients.
We are an independent agency offering you the best coverage at the best rate. When you buy insurance, whether it's for your home, car, business, or life, you want an advocate working in your best interests. And that's Hutton Blues Insurance, Route 119 North, just outside of Indiana.
We're also honored to have been voted in the top 2 insurance companies in the 23-24 Best of Indiana County contest.
Thank you, Indiana County.
People Forward Banking. I'm Travis Williams. We're here for the ITT pregame show, joined by Ward Hilliard, filling in for Mark Burdick as we're getting closer and closer to kickoff tonight as the Homer Center Wildcats will open the season on the road here at Dr. Molino Stadium, taking on the Marion Center Stingers. These two teams, this has been a streak in the series because they've met a bunch of times over the years, but Homer Center is on a win streak right now of 11 games, Ward. It's been one of those things where they haven't all been pretty, but the Wildcats have found a way to come up on the victory side.
These games are generally hotly contested. They're not blowouts by any stretch of the imagination, and that shows you the quality of both teams. I was surprised to see that 11 straight over this Marion Center program, but that's what it was, so it's a good thing. You know, the thing I saw here, we were talking a little bit about in the preseason, we didn't know that Drew Runk got hurt. And, you know, that's such a parallel to Austin Zenizak last year for Homer Center. There's our key players, and you know at this level you can't afford to lose guys like that.
Well, and that's the thing.
I wish you well.
There are only so many seniors in your lineup for the most part when you're playing Class A and Class 2A, football. It's one of those situations where you need everybody you can get. And that's one that I think sometimes Austin sort of gets forgotten because of the issues with quarterback last year. But you look at, that was a big hit for the Wildcats before the season even started.
They're big pieces of they can do so many things well. And each team has lost a guy like that. That's tough to make up.
Yeah, that was one of those things where I'm not sure we knew it was going to be the way it was, because next thing you know, quarterback 1 goes down, quarterback 2 goes down, and they're really scraping to try to get by. I'll tell you what, Clevenger did a great job last year. Was very unenviable position, and he came in and gave the Wildcats a couple of victories on a season that really went a different way than most people projected. They were predicted to be one of the top teams in the conference, and it didn't happen. What we're going to do now is we're going to take a break. What we're going to do is we're going to come back. The Greg Page Show, sponsored by Walbeck Insurance, is on the way, coming up following this here on the Wildcat Football Network.
Homer City American Legion Post 493, a longtime backer of Homer Center Athletics, is pleased to be a part of today's broadcast and wishes the best of luck to the Homer Center Wildcats this season. Homer City American Legion Post 493 has served Homer City and our veterans for more than half a century. They are a staple of the community and believe in giving back. So have fun today, teams. Represent your communities well. From your friends at the Homer City American Legion Post 493.
I'm State Senator Joe Pitton, wishing all students who participate in extracurricular activities every success in the classroom and on the field. The teamwork and leadership skills you learn today will serve you and our entire community well in the years ahead. We need future leaders prepared to step forward and make our region a better place to live, work, and raise a family. I'm proud of the work and effort you are putting forth.
The Homer City American Legion Post 493, a longtime backer of our local teams and a proud supporter of American Legion baseball, is pleased to be part of today's playoff baseball games and wishes the best of luck to all the athletes participating. Homer City American Legion Post 493 has served Homer City and our veterans for more than half a century. They're a staple of the community and believes in giving back. So have fun today, teams, from your friends at the Homer City American Legion Post 493.
This is State Senator Joe Pitton, wishing all of our student athletes and their families every success. Friday Night Lights are always exciting, and I recognize how important it is for students to be involved in activities, whether it be in athletics or the performing arts. I salute not only all of our students, but also all who guide them on and off the gridiron. And I wish all of our hometown teams the best of luck this season.
Visit us at MarionCenterBank.com for more
Athletic Booster
information.
Club was
Marion
founded
Center Bank,
65
member
years ago to support
FDIC.
and sponsor a startup midget football
Robindale
program.
and its
Some
affiliated
65
companies are
years
proud to
later,
be
the
a sponsor
boosters
of
have
all
grown
student
and now
athletes
serve
in the
as the
area.
primary
For nearly 2
recreational arm of the
decades,
Homer Center
Robindale
School
has been
District,
cleaning up
sponsoring
refuse
various
coal
sports
piles
such as
that dot
baseball,
and scar the
softball,
western
elementary boys
Pennsylvania
and girls
landscape.
basketball,
To
and yes,
reclaim and
Bears
beautify
football
these
remains
areas,
the foundation
Robindale
for our
believes
varsity
deeply in safety,
Wildcats program,
compliance, and
teaching the
community
basic skills
responsibility.
to our
If you would
children.
like to become
Go
a part of the
Bears and go
Robindale team, you can
Wildcats from the
contact
Homer
them at
City Area Athletic Booster Club.
814-446-6700, extension Robindale 122. and its Or see how affiliated companies Robindale can assist your business at Robindale.com. In the area. For nearly 2 decades, Robindale has been cleaning up refuse coal piles that dot and scar the western Pennsylvania landscape. To reclaim and beautify these areas, Robindale believes deeply in safety, compliance, and community responsibility. If you would like to become a part of the Robindale team, you can contact them at 814-446-6700, extension 122. Or see how Robindale can assist your business at Robindale.com.
479-9378 or get an instant quote at WalbeckInsurance.com.
I'm creating financial game plans at Walbeck Insurance. We take time to learn about your specific needs to create a game plan tailored just for you. Whether it is auto, home, life, health, or business insurance. Come see me, Nick Moore, at Walbeck Insurance. We offer more choices, more savings.
Call 724-479-9378 to let Coach Nick make a game plan for you.
Walbeck Insurance. Visit them online at walbeckinsurance.com. Coach, season number 17, I even have insurance for you now.
Okay. I may need it as old as I'm feeling. So, yeah, I'm ready to go. I think we've all been ready to go. And that's hard to believe, number 17, but that just goes to show you when you're enjoying yourself and having a good time that the years roll on by.
Greg, one thing I wanted to talk about, season opener, there's always that excitement, I think. As a head coach, though, especially when you're opening on the road, there's probably a lot of little details that you have to go through. Everybody bringing their jersey, everybody have the right jersey, this and that. Is it tougher on opening week?
A little bit, especially with some of your younger guys on the varsity. Okay. I may need it as old as I'm feeling. So, yeah, I'm ready to go. I think we've all been ready to go. And that's hard to believe, number 17, but that just goes to show you when you're enjoying yourself and having a good time that the years roll on by.
Greg, one thing I wanted to talk about, a season opener, there's always that excitement, I think. As a head coach, though, especially when you're opening on the road, there's probably a lot of little details that you have to go through. Everybody bringing their jersey, everybody have the right jersey, this and that. Is it tougher on opening week?
A little bit, especially with some of your younger guys on the varsity. You know, the older guys know the routine, and they try to communicate that to the younger guys. But you know how a lot of kids are nowadays. Sometimes they don't hear you every time you're trying to say something. I always say, you guys hear, but you don't listen. So, yeah, I mean, that's added to it. You know, you have the added pressure that you put on yourself, wondering if you got everything ready as far as schematically on the field and things like that. So I was feeling pretty good up until about yesterday, and then you start to get the nerves and you worry because we tell our guys, you know, we'll accept the outcome, but I don't like to lose. So, you know, you start to get nervous and things like that.
Last year did not go as planned. There were high expectations. You were the coaches' poll, the preseason favorite to win the Heritage Conference, but injuries, especially at the most important position on the field, quarterback, really derailed those hopes. This year, expectations, at least from outsiders, not as high. I'm sure that you still have the same standard that you like to hold here at Homer Center. You probably would actually prefer the higher expectations, but that being said, maybe a little bit less pressure.
I don't know. I mean, I you know, when we're picked where we are for this year, it kind of wants you to put a little chip on your shoulder. I don't think that part bothers me. I'd rather not be picked high in any year, even if I felt like we had a lot of veterans coming back. And it is what it is. I mean, I would think, though, with the way our program has sustained over the years, you know, that our kids, they understand that, and hopefully that's an edge type thing that we can use and maybe get us through the first part of the season where we can get some experience.
I mentioned the quarterback situation last year with the injuries to the now graduated Cole McAnulty and junior Angelo Alexander. Angelo's back. He's healthy, been feeling good. I know you've done your best to protect him. Can't protect him starting tonight. I'm sure you'd like to get a full season out of Angelo because he brings a lot of tools to the table.
Absolutely. He's had a great summer. He's had a great camp. He's been a leader, and he's a junior. He's shown us some things with both the arm and the legs. Those two areas have improved. But the most important thing might be his understanding and attention to detail. And he wants to take any constructive criticism, and he wants to talk things through and say, what did you see there, and that sort of thing. So, yeah, I mean, you know, I think he can do some things for us. It's like any of our, you know, top-tier guys. We got to keep them all healthy. So there's an emphasis there, and we have to be smart about it.
Landon Hill, your junior running back, who gutted his way through a season rushing for 1,100-plus yards last year. He needs just 23 yards to become the 9th running back in school history to reach 2,000. And it looks like, you know, he's been feeling good off-season surgery, appears healthy, and hopefully poised for a big year.
Yeah, he deserves it. He truly does. He didn't play a snap his freshman year because of an injury in camp. His sophomore year, he split time with Colin Troop and still gained several hundred yards. That was a great setup we had there. And last year, you could say he was the full-time guy, but he was gimpy for so many games. So hopefully this year he gets a full season, a full healthy season. He deserves any milestone he gets, and he is an absolutely humble kid that will not worry about that, but just wants to do that so we can be better.
Well, you have some other tools too, but for Angelo, Landon, and those other skilled people to have success, first time in your tenure, you've had to replace the entire offensive line and most of the defense too. How has that gone? How do you feel entering tonight's game?
Well, we'll see. As far as entering the game, we'll probably that'll be a better indication afterwards. But I give credit to those guys up front that have really worked hard. We moved a senior Garrett Green from a tight end position. He didn't play last year because of a shoulder deal, and he's a tackle. Caden Bernard is the only other senior up front, and he works hard. He's a grader in there. He gets after it, and so we have a couple juniors and some young guys. And the thing is, the work ethic has been there. Gene Raymond and Donnie Mester, two old war horses, I've really worked those guys all summer. They have a great feel for them, a great rapport. They're going to keep getting better. I mean, the first game, you have question marks with anything, any area. There's things are going to go. There's going to be mishaps with these guys. That's only natural, but we need to keep believing in them, trusting in them, and I know they'll keep working to improve.
Coach, in the 60 seconds we have left, hard to tell on scrimmages, but your thoughts on Marion Center? They have a quarterback change, pretty good athlete, and Alex Stewart was an effective runner last year, and he runs hard.
I really like that kid. I mean, he runs really hard. And for a kid, I don't know how much quarterback experience he has, but he seems poised in that position. And he has some good skill kids around him with Rising and the Plaskunik kid. I don't know if I mispronounced that name, and a couple others that you can't tell on the scrimmage with their jerseys. Cook kid, guys like that, and they're big up front. I'm impressed. I mean, they do have a lot of kids back. Adam, I think, does a great job with his staff, and again, it's a battle every year with them, and they're always there. Like, they're never bad. So what you're going to get with them. It's a tough opening draw, but I think everybody's in the same boat that way.
Coach, good luck here tonight at Molino Stadium. As you know, I have a family commitment, so I won't be calling the game, but Travis Williams and Ward Hilliard, I think it was Ward that came up with some of these lower expectations, so you can talk to him on your own. But we wish you the best of luck here at Molino Stadium, and I'll talk to you next week for sure.
That sounds great. Thank you guys very much.
Head coach Greg Page is always brought to you by Walbeck Insurance in Homer City. Thank you, Rob Walbeck. Glad to have you back on board for this 2023 season. We're going to come back. Travis Williams and Ward Hilliard will rejoin you from up on the hill. This guy will join them on the postgame show, too. Wildcats and the Stingers on the IRMC High School Sports Network.
Dan in a van hasn't returned your call? Chuck in a truck can't get there for 2 months? Stop dealing with fly-by-nighters and call a company that's fully capable for all your plumbing and heating needs. Joyce Plumbing, Heating, and Air Conditioning Incorporated. Joyce Plumbing, Heating, and Air Conditioning Incorporated is on call 24/7, 365 days a year. Visit us at joyceplumbing.com. That's joyceplumbing.com. Joyce Plumbing, Heating, and Air Conditioning Incorporated, the best place in town to take a leak. PA 042115.
Yeah, you're coming through, but not real strongly.
Don't miss the biggest floor samples.
Okay.
I don't know.
I don't get it. How about that?
Yeah, that's better.
It's the volume. I have to be up high. Okay.
And Ward could also use a boost, too. He was pretty quiet the last segment you did live.
Okay, great. Thanks.
Yep.
I could use a boost.
Give your kids some credit. Visit stbank.com/smartstart for full disclosure. Member FDIC.
From the S&T Bank broadcast booth, S&T Bank, People Forward Banking. It's our ITT Wildcat Live pregame show. I'm Travis Williams, joined again by Ward Hilliard. Ward, we're going to talk keys to the game and what needs to happen tonight. Sponsored by Luther Ford Lincoln.
Well, from my perspective, if you're Marion Center, obviously the first order of business is to bottle up Landon Hill. You can't let him have the kind of game that he's very capable of. So that's their first charge. The second one is to move the ball themselves. They've got a young defensive line there in Homer Center to take advantage of that. They run a lot of misdirection. That certainly would be a key for them. And finally, they just can't turn the ball over. This is a home game for Marion Center. They don't want to give up field position, so that's a key for them. For the Wildcats, they've got to do just the opposite. They got to establish that run game, not only Landon, but also Braden Dunn. Secondly, Angelo Alexander needs to have a big game. He needs to be so elusive, being able to read the defense and do the things that we saw him do in the limited time last year. He's certainly a big key for the Wildcats. And again, for Homer Center, turnovers. Any of these games, especially these two teams, turnovers are so critical, so they got to stay away from those.
And that's one of the things you look at, first game of the season.
Yep.
A lot of new faces, a lot of new bodies out there, especially on the lines. You want to try and play as clean as you can and understand that there will probably be some mistakes tonight, some of it out of lack of communication. And so, the team that perhaps is able to avoid those and have less of those occur to them will be able to come up victorious. This is one of those things where Homer's on this 11-game win streak, but you look at some of these years. Mark Burdick and I were talking about this. My son's senior year, 2018, Marion Center comes down touchdown, gets the ball at the 5-yard line and has first and goal from the 5. Homer was able to keep them out and win that game. Last year, it was a 13-10 game. The Wildcats scored with 50 seconds remaining on a 5-yard touchdown pass from Riley Clevenger to Michael Krajosik to bring the Wildcats from behind and get a 13-10 victory. The Stingers dominated most of that game, minus the the last minute or two where Homer was able to put the game away with that score from Clevenger to Krajosik. Now, one of the things that came up in the interview with head coach Greg Page, Mark pointed out, 23 yards for Landon Hill, and that's going to be one of the big things we're looking at from the start of this game. Landon had 1,200 last year, and 23 puts him at 2,000, he's currently sitting in 9th in Wildcat all-time rushing, but if he gets 27 yards, he moves into 8th. So a big season perhaps on the way if he can stay healthy. That's been one of the things. But Landon is a great athlete, and they're looking for big things from him this season.
Yeah, we talked about quarterback injuries, but Landon was hurt for at least 2/3 of the season last year. Just wasn't his strength, normal self, I should say, and that certainly impacted the team as well. When you lose your best runner and also you lose 2 starting quarterbacks, tough to make that up. Wildcats did well for themselves, but this year's all different. We'll see how that plays out here tonight.
They certainly did. Here's if we're going to look downhill, because let's face it, this is what we like to do. We like to create storylines. Here's the order of folks that Landon will be chasing as he tries to mow down and perhaps towards the end of the season, perhaps be in range of trying to reach Wildcat leader Ben Schmidt. Next up is Matt Finati. In front of him is Sean Buggy. Mike Hilliard, a familiar name, is before that. Then Mike Newhouse, Pete Kuda, Ian Lee, Jesse Lee, and, of course, Ben Schmidt. But a lot of work to do to get there. But it's fun to start to think about things like that and create those kind of goals and things to look out for as this season gets rolling tonight. What we're going to do next, we're going to take a timeout here on our ITT Wildcats Live pregame show. When we come back, Mr. Hilliard will bring you the starting lineups as we get closer and closer to opening kickoff here from Dr. John Melito Stadium. We'll have more coming up on our ITT pregame here on the IRMC WCCS Football Network.
Don't miss the biggest floor sample sale Dowd's Furniture has had in years. We're cleaning out all the shelves and filling both stores with over $4 million of inventory available for immediate delivery. Sofas, recliners, sectionals, bedroom and dining room furniture, plus lamps, pictures, and accessories, all available now. Hurry in and don't miss out at Dowd's of Plumville and Greensburg.
Doesn't your home deserve Dowd's?
Grayston Coral Sportsman's Club invites you to take a look at the club voted Best in Indiana County 2023. Inside, you can find members unwinding with friends and enjoying delicious food like their homemade pizza. You can relax in the club by playing darts, pool, or shuffleboard. The club is a great place to watch your favorite team with family and friends. Proud to sponsor the Wildcats, the Grayston Coral Sportsman's Club on Neal Road in Grayston.
Luther Ford, one trusted name, 2 great locations. Right now at Luther Ford, drive off in a new F-Series truck, Ford Ranger, Ford Maverick, or the all-electric F-150 Lightning. Check out the Ford Bronco, Bronco Sport, Eco Sport, Escape, Explorer, Expedition, Edge, and Mustang Mach-E. And always look at the exciting Ford Mustang. Luther Ford, one trusted name, 2 great locations, Route 119 Homer City and Admiral Perry Highway, Evansburg. LutherFord.com.
Our ITT Wildcats Live pregame show rolls on. We were About 7 minutes away from kickoff. The team should be coming out onto the field. They're getting their last instructions, but time for us to check in with Ward Hilliard. He'll have the starting lineups for tonight's game, sponsored by Maine's Chiropractic.
And thank you very much, Travis. For Marion Center, Ethan Brooks will be the left end, a sophomore, 5'11", 145. The left tackle, Gate Pennington, a 5'11", 240-pound sophomore. Left guard, Lakin Bailey, a junior at 5'11", 195. Center will be Cullen Anderson, a senior, 6'2", 265. Isaac Besa will be the right guard, the junior, 5'10", 190. Mason Mantini, the right tackle, a senior, 6'4", 220. Tight end will be Kobe Hankinson. He's a senior, 5'11", 175. In the backfield, quarterback will be Alex Stewart, the junior, 5'9", 180. One of the wingbacks will be Mason Plushkunik. He's a junior, 6', 170. The other wingback, Tyler Phillips, freshman at 5'8", 140. And the running back will be Camden Rising, a sophomore, 5'11", 180. For the Wildcats, there's some new names I'm going to have to get used to here. Tight end is Caleb Palmer. He is a senior, 6'1", 206. Left tackle, Eli Butterly, junior, 5'10", 238. Josh Valuchik is the left guard, junior, 5'9", 173. Zach Wilson is the center, junior, 5'9", 233. Right guard is Caden Bernard, a senior at 5'9", 196. Garrett Green will be the right tackle, senior, 6'2", 218. And Will Jones will be the wideout. He is a junior, 6', 152. In the backfield, Angelo Alexander, the quarterback, junior, 6'3", 154. The fullback will be Landon Hill, senior, 6'1", 206. And joining him in the backfield, Braden Dunn, junior, 5'9", 171. And Isaiah McCracken, a junior at 5'9", 221. Travis, that be it, bud.
Those are our starting lineups. And again, we want to thank Maine's Chiropractic for their sponsorship. Also want to thank the folks at the Grayston Coral Sportsman's Club who are presenting our coverage on Renda Digital TV. Want to tell you about a couple of things they have coming up. Pizza nights at the club every Thursday and Friday night. Also, post-game pizzas and hanging out with friends after Friday night lights. You can check that out. Don't forget, after Wildcat games, Friday nights, the pizza oven will be staying on until 11 o'clock tonight, so you can't use that excuse that you were out in Marion Center. Call 724-479-3985. And one more thing, I want to tell you, tomorrow they're having a cornhole tourney starting around 12 noon. They still have room for teams, so get your beanbags and get out to the Grayston Coral Sportsman's Club for their cornhole tourney. We have one other thing as the Wildcats are coming on to the field. Marion Center is getting ready to enter. We have something big coming up, and we want to thank the folks at the Grand Beginnings Children's Center. They are doing a promotion this year that's going to benefit the Teddy Bear Fund Drive. Points for Kids, which will be every point scored in all of our Friday night regular season broadcasts. Grand Beginnings Children's Center will donate $1 per point to the Teddy Bear Fund Drive, and we'll total it up at the end of the season. And it's going to be something spectacular. Those points going to add up all season long and benefit the Teddy Bear Fund Drive. I want to thank the folks at the Grand Beginnings Children's Center in Indiana. Both teams are on the field, and the officials are getting ready to come out for the coin toss.
The original coin toss is already determined who's doing what, but again, they do the ceremonial here.
Yes, this will be.
We'll have to watch because we weren't watching the first time.
Yes, as is usual when you start a brand new season, you bring some cobwebs with you, and so we're all set here though, and we're getting ready for tonight's opening kickoff, and we'll see how things go here with the. Here's what we'll do. We're going to take a quick timeout, and we'll come back and get ready to get you set for kickoff. Coming up here on the Wildcat Football Radio Network.
So what sets S&T apart from other financial institutions is that they are visionary. Now, we understand that it is partially about the numbers, but they know it's not just about the numbers. It's about the management team, it's about the strategic and business plan, it's about how the team is going to execute on that. In short, S&T gets it. Quite honestly, we couldn't have done it without S&T.
At Grand Beginnings Children's Center, their focus is on growing and teaching children to be the best they can be. They know children need education, inclusion, and safety. Grand Beginnings has a mission to provide a warm and nurturing environment in which each child can grow physically, emotionally, socially, intellectually, and spiritually. Grand Beginnings Children's Center with 2 locations in Indiana, teaching children to shine since 1991. Call 724-463-1819. Find them at grandbeginnings.net.
Back here at Molino Stadium, easier for me to say, I guess. We are getting set for tonight's opening kickoff, but again, the officials in the ceremonial coin toss still to come. Homer Center's captains look like they're lined up and ready to come out. We're waiting for the Marion Center captains to come out and...
Normally, when we're doing these, Denny Mester, who's a spotter, who did make it tonight, it usually tells us who did that. And, of course... I forgot to mention, Mr. Rossi is here. He's in the building. He waves.
Yes,
to the crowd.
our statistician, Jerry Rossi, is here. He's the only sponsored statistician. So he'll be giving you lots of tidbits brought to you by First Commonwealth Bank. Time to be first. But we got to have some action first for some of those numbers to start clicking. The captains are now awaiting at the 50-yard line and awaiting. Okay, the officials have given their signals for the captains to come out. And they are approaching midfield for Marion Center, Kobe Hankinson, Alex Stewart, and the last one is Mason Mantini.
Yeah, the big right tackle.
And here comes they're getting their initial instructions and getting handshakes, and we'll see how this coin toss shook out. If Homer won, they usually defer to the second half.
Yeah, I think most teams have been doing that.
They like that extra possession to start the third quarter. Landon Hill, Caleb Palmer, Jackson Arone, and Caden Bernard are the captains for the Wildcats. So we are awaiting. The PA announcer is announcing the captains to the. Got a pretty nice crowd here tonight.
Well, a beautiful night. Once that sun goes down, it'll be
you and I have different descriptions of beautiful. I guess weather-wise, it's not raining, but
yeah,
I'm soaked.
This booth is extremely warm. Okay,
the Stingers won the toss, and they have deferred. So Homer Center is going to get the football. If you have any kind of thoughts about Landon Hill and a number, maybe that's not a bad idea to sort of take care of that right off the off the bat, getting that football. So the Homer Center Wildcats are going to receive.
It's a good observation, Travis. That's gets that off his shoulder, gets it out of his mind. They can concentrate on the ball game.
So the Wildcats are getting their final instructions from Coach Greg Page and his staff. Same for Adam Rising and the Marion Center Stingers. And we're about ready to kick things off and get things going here tonight from Dr. Molino Stadium.
Nice contingent from Homer Center across the way.
There is, yeah. I mean, that small area of bleachers is pretty full with Wildcat faithful, and Marion Center's got a huge crowd here on their side. We're about set to go.
Even though we had some hard rain, I don't think field conditions are going to be a real problem tonight. We'll see if there's any slipping out there. But
yeah, for sure.
Who we got deep here?
Should be
Dunn, Braden Dunn.
Braden Dunn. And Riley Cobal, I believe, is back also. Yeah, and I am having a hard time spotting it. The sun is right in my eyes. But we are set to go, and the kickoff it is a sort of a squib kick that rolls to the sideline, goes out of bounds at about the Wildcat, the close side, at around the 23 or 24-yard line. The penalty flag comes down, and so the Wildcats are going to get better field position after that wayward kick goes out of bounds.
They're going to take it at the 35, it looks like.
Yes, they're waiting for the officials to spot. Calling procedure against Marion Center. And it looks like, they're going to throw this thing down at the 35. And that is where the Wildcats are going to start their first possession. So no time has come off the clock. And HC, the Wildcats are going to start from the 35-yard line.
A quick shout out to Jimmy Sutter, a big Wildcat fan. I'm sure he's listening.
Going to operate out of the shotgun. It's a fake handoff. Alexander rolls. He's got a wide receiver wide open. Hits him about the 40 or 50-yard line. Crosses over into Marion Center territory.
Braden Dunn.
That was Braden Dunn. He was wide open. Gets the ball down to the 42-yard line of Marion Center. Some big magic. Angelo Alexander to Braden Dunn. A big gain on first down.
Yeah, they're looking for Landon Hill to carry the ball. Beautiful play fake. This is one of the things that Alexander does so well. He reads D, he reads the gaps, the holes, and he does excellent job faking the football.
22-yard completion from Alexander to Dunn. This one is going to be a handoff, and here we go. Right up the middle. No funny business, and I think he got a first down. It was Landon Hill. Crosses over near the 32-yard line. They're going to spot it about the Marion Center 32. 11 yards on the carry. Getting closer and closer. 23 was the number for 2,000.
Good to open with a completion, and then you open
two plays, two first downs. Out of the shotgun again, Angelo Alexander. He's going to keep it himself. He fakes the handoff, and he's going to try and run a stretch play over near the Marion Center sideline, and he decides to run out of bounds. Let's see, they're giving him, they're going to call it pretty much no gain. He was trying to stretch the ball out. You're putting him right back at the 32-yard line for Angelo Alexander. Good idea on the play, but Marion Center was ready for it.
Their defense didn't bite. They stuck with them, stayed in their gaps, and they ran him down.
Again, out of the shotgun, single back to his left. And it's going to be a fake. Alexander keeps it himself, and he's going to run out of bounds as he runs near the near side, picks up about 5 yards. They're going to put it down around the 27-yard line. Alexander for 5 on second down. It's going to bring up a third down. We'll call it 6. I guess give him 4 on that first down carry.
Really using Landon for decoys on these plays. The Stingers have done a nice job of defending that.
Again, third down, and Alexander out of the shotgun, this time right, and he's going to roll out, and he's looking to throw. Alexander, he tried to throw, faked it, and then he's dragged down as he decided to run with it. Brings up an interesting decision for the Wildcats. You would figure they're just going to go for it. It's a fourth down and about 4 yards. They spotted the ball at the Marion Center 25-yard line. They need the 21.
They had Carson around downfield, but he was covered, and that's the only receiver on that side. So he pretty much had to tuck it in and get what he could. Let's see what they do here.
This is something Mark and I had talked about, the elusiveness of and some of the playmaking that Angelo brings you. Again, out of the shotgun, Alexander. He's got Hill Hill's going to get the football this time, and I don't think he got it.
I don't think he did.
He squirted through, but the Stingers come up with the big fourth down stop. Tackled Landon Hill about 2 yards short.
Yeah, he went through the hole but kind of turned sideways. That makes him an easier target to bring down, and down he went.
So Marion Center's going to take over.
Good first drive by the Wildcats. They could have used the points, though.
So Marion Center will take over at their own, looks like about the 23-yard line. And the Stingers are coming out now. We're going to see Alex Stewart, the quarterback. He was a running back last year. They've suffered through some injuries, and made him a quarterback, and he's a playmaker, so that's a great place to have. This time Stewart's going to keep it. He's going to try and stretch. He goes to the right, falls forward for about 3 yards before he's brought down.
Quarterback keeper by number 2, Alex Stewart. Tackle on the play by number 22,
Jackson Arone made the stop for the Wildcats. Give him about 3 yards on first down.
I think Caleb Palmer penetrated there and kind of stopped that play up and didn't go for what they were hoping. That was a full house right. Everybody going right.
Second down, and it looks like part of their scoreboard's not functioning correctly. Second down and about, we'll call it 7 yards for the Stingers. Under center is Stewart. He runs a toss. Tried to stretch it, but the play is broken up. Actually, it looks like it's going to be about a loss.
Yeah, Landon Hill did
Landon
that.
Hill come over and made the stop. The running back was Mason Pluskunick.
Yeah, Mark hears me a lot. I love defensive ends. They're such a key to the high school football at this level. They can turn everything in. He did that right there. They went by him. Looks like there's a flag. I thought he was held. I think that's what, it was a holding penalty on
So, yeah, it's going to be a hold, which is going to negate that play. Now, one of the things that I neglected to get to as we were the penalties have changed now. So a penalty happens in the backfield. It used to be you marked off the penalty from where the penalty occurred. Now, when things happen in the backfield, they take it from the original line of scrimmage and move it back from there.
That's some information I didn't have.
So that is a PIAA change, a rule change this season. So with the mark-off, it's back at around the 16-yard line. Stewart out of the shotgun this time. He fakes the handoff, keeps it himself, and somebody had a shirt tackle, held on to Stewart.
I'll try to see who got up.
Yeah, I'm waiting to see who got up out of the pile there.
I'm watching 22, is it?
That might have been, is that Isaiah?
35.
No, that was Isaiah McCracken made the stop, and that's somebody who they're really looking forward to getting some big contributions, and that's the kind of play right there, if you're capable of, that's really going to help this defense.
He's inside backer along with Landon Hill, so those guys are going to have to make some plays.
So we've got a third down and long. This time Stewart drops back to pass, and he is down, sacked.
As Landon Hill just come
Landon Hill just came untouched. He dropped Stewart all the way back at the 15-yard line. So this is going to be a three and out. And the Stingers are going to line up to punt this ball away.
And Wildcats are dropping 2 back to reset. This is a good idea. I think you got to have 2 receivers back here so you don't give up anything. Braden Dunn's one of them.
Braden Dunn and Will Jones are going to be the
good athlete too.
The hardest thing at the beginning is trying to figure out how deep to put yourself, because if you do not want to let that ball hit the ground. I always laugh. It's one of the things Abditory, and I think you've always complained about how much yardage you lose. The long snap is down and the kick is away. It's going to be taken by Braden Dunn at about the 44-yard line. Dunn is looked like he was going to escape, but is a shirt tackle by the Marion Center Stingers. The tackle was made by 29-yard punt, and with the possession, it's going to go to the 41-yard line. We're going to take a timeout. We'll be back with more here on our first quarter coming up on the Wildcat Football Network.
Bad hair day? Bad day at the office? Bad day behind the wheel? Hey, stuff happens, even to the best of us. At least your car insurance rate doesn't have to take a hit. Get Erie Rate Lock from Erie Insurance. Gives you a great rate that stays put until you change a car, driver, or your address. Plus, seriously good service. Now that's something to smile about.
Your local Erie agent is William G. Meckling Insurance Agency. Get a quote at 724-465-4261 or visit mecklinginsurance.com.
Erie Rate Lock does not guarantee continued insurance coverage and is not available in all states.
A quick play. It was a handoff to Braden Dunn, picked up about a half yard. So it is second down and long for the Cats. Second down and 9 from the 35-yard line.
That scrimmage Saturday, they threw a lot of out patterns, and I'm looking to see one here.
Alexander out of the shotgun. He wants to throw, and he's going deep. He's got a receiver, but it was broken up. If that gets through, it's a touchdown, but it was broken up. Really nice coverage in the secondary.
Trying to read his numbers.
Yeah, and
I'm telling you, folks, we're up here with Heidi. It is very hard to read these numbers, especially the gold on green.
I think that was Camden Rising. Oh, no, it's Noah McCoy. Noah McCoy gets credit for the coverage because it saved a touchdown.
Yeah, it did.
Third down now and 8 for the Wildcats from the Stingers' 35.
That's something he'll learn is put a little air under those deep passes. He tried to throw that on the line. It made it easy to knock away.
Alexander goes back deep, and he's going deep again. He's got a receiver, but he overthrows. It was intended for Braden Dunn, but the pass sails incomplete. And it'll bring up fourth down and about 9 yards from the 35. Now the decision: do you play field position with the way your defense, with the way your defense started that drive?
I might punt here. I don't think they're going to.
The Wildcats are talking it over right now.
Their defense looked very good that first series, but again.
Okay, coming out, the offense is staying on the field, so it's going to be a fourth down and 9. Dunn goes in motion. The back, again, is Landon Hill out of the shotgun. And here comes the snap. And, again, Alexander is going to it looks like he thinks he's going to make a first down, but he is caught. Very nice coverage by the Stingers. It was one-on-one out in open field. And Angelo is taken down at about the 30-yard line. So that's going to be the second turnover on downs for the Wildcats. Marion Center is going to take over with 5:53 to go.
You're going to hear me say, well, you've heard this several years. And he rolled left, and Landon Hill broke wide open down the middle, but there's no way he could have seen him. And if he had seen him, he'd had turned to make the pass. Just too many things working against them when you roll left.
Yeah, and if he's going to throw the ball, that's the one thing that you want to do. Okay, so Marion Center is going to take over at their own 30-yard line, and we've got a timeout. This is our media timeout, so let's take a timeout. Yeah. We'll come back with more here on the WCCS Wildcat Football Network.
Milk every moment.
We're the lifeblood of the community.
It's so much more than just a job.
So good patient care is providing top quality care, but also in a timely fashion.
They don't need to go to Pittsburgh for that. They can stay right here in their backyard.
So when a patient walks into your office, you receive them as your family member.
A patient leaves my office feeling heard.
And the focus truly is on what will get us our best patient outcome.
Gets about 2 or 3 yards before he's brought down. Give him about 3.
That's the key for the Wildcats, is control him, keep him contained.
The quarterback keep picks up about 3 yards, so second down and 7.
Well, the Wildcats have had the better of it so far, but they've been unable to finish their drives. And
yes, 2
might
drives.
Go back to the running game a little more.
2 drives in Marion Center territory. Both have ended on turnovers on downs.
Good credit to the defense of Marion Center. They did not break. They bent a little, but they did not break.
The Stingers come out, and this time it's going to be Stewart going under center, and he's going to hand off directly up the middle. Switch my
that was a good game
play sheet. I think it's Camden Rising.
Number 12. Yep.
Camden Rising picks up about 4 or 5 yards, leaves the Stingers with a third down and about 2 yards from their own 38. You think this is a big down for Marion Center because they do not want to put the Wildcat offense back out there or their own
steal
defense.
The momentum away from Homer Center. They get a first down and can run another series.
Clock is ticking. We're at 4 minutes and 23 seconds as it rolls here in the first quarter. No score. Stewart's going to keep it himself, bunch formation, and he's able to push forward for a first down. He picked up about 3 or 4 yards, just went a gap, and gets a first down for Marion Center. Isaiah McCracken on the stop for the Wildcats. We're under 4 minutes to play. Again, no score, first quarter here from Dr. John Molino Stadium as Marion Center and Homer Center kicking off the Heritage Conference football season tonight. Looks like it's going to be another one of those tussle games,
Yes.
Ward.
You better take advantage of your opportunities early because as the game drags on, I think it's going to even out a lot. Right now, Alex Stewart's starting to get in some rhythm.
Stewart going to go back under center, and this time it's going to be handoff right up the middle, but the Wildcat defense is up to the challenge. Maybe a yard of forward progress. I believe that was Butterly that made the stop. Rising, oh no, they're going to give the tackle to Garrett Green. And Caleb Palmer come in and finished him off. Picked up about 1.5 yards, so we'll call it second down and about 8 for the Stingers. Ball spotted at the nearing the 44-yard line of Marion Center. And out of the, this time it's going to be Stewart keeping it, almost like a naked bootleg, and he rolls out to the right side, near side, and picks up about 3 or 4 yards. It'll bring up another third down.
Dan Jones on the tackle. Did a nice job here. Stewart gave him a couple of his patented moves that he stuck with and was able to bring him down. So we got third down and a makeable 5. The Wildcats need to rise to the occasion here.
You hear the Homer Center marching band firing up the train over there. Clock is ticking. We're under 2.5 minutes to play. Again, no score.
Homer running basically 4 men across the front, then they'll sneak the linebacker out to the strong side, and he'll come up.
Huddle breaks, and here comes the Stingers with this third down. This time it's going to be a fake the handoff, and he's going to be brought down in the backfield. Is that Landon Hill again?
No, I don't think. I'm trying to see the 55, I believe that was.
55 makes
Caden
the tackle. Caden McAnulty. He grabbed a hold of Stewart's jersey and ripped him down. Loss of about 3 yards. Puts the ball back at the Stinger 44-yard line. And a decision to come here on fourth down, and it's probably going to be another punt.
Great job of penetration there, and he got a hold of him, did not let him go. Stewart's a tough runner.
Back deep are Jones and Braden Dunn.
Now, the sideline can help those guys. They can tell them maybe if the guy's punting well to back up or move up. Right now, they're in pretty good shape. We'll see. Oh, that's
Josh Troop's punt rolls and falls dead. It was Jones who decided against going after it. It rolls dead at about the 27-yard line of Homer Center. So they are going to get the football back with 1:11 to go. 29 yards on that punt.
Line drive that just kind of rolled down there. Worst field position the Cats have had since the beginning of the game. We're looking at 1 minute and 11 seconds to go in the first quarter.
And they're going to get the ball at their own 27. They hit 2 big plays to open the game, but the drive stalled. And
yeah, again, I think they need maybe to give them a pretty good dose of Landon Hill this series.
Out of the shotgun, he's got Hill to the right. Hill takes the handoff and fires through the middle for about 5 or 6 yards on first down. We'll see where they spot it. But a nice carry. We've got to be getting close. Jerry, how are we on the Landon Hill count?
That's almost 6 yards there.
But yeah, it looks like 6 yards on first down. Clock's rolling. We're under a minute to play.
Nice little cut back by Landon on the handoff there.
All right, and the Wildcats, he needs one more yard to cross 2,000. Four more yards. Okay, Jerry, our quick stats brought to you by First Commonwealth Bank. Time to be first. This time it looked like a blown play. I think that there's a fake handoff, and Angelo Alexander ended up keeping it himself, rolled to the left side. He's tackled after maybe no gain. It looks like they gave him no gain.
You know, again, Coach Rising got to give him a lot of credit for keeping his people home, not biting on those play fakes.
And that's going to be the end of the first quarter. Our score, no score, at the end of one here at Dr. John Molino Stadium. We'll be back with more on the Homer Center Wildcat Football Network.
Mom, tell me what happened.
Don't miss the biggest floor sample sale Dowd's Furniture has had in years. We're cleaning out all the shelves and filling both stores with over $4 million of inventory available for immediate delivery. Sofas, recliners, sectionals, bedroom and dining room furniture, plus lamps, pictures, and accessories, all available now. Hurry in and don't miss out at Dowd's of Plumville and Greensburg.
Doesn't your home deserve Dowd's?
The Twin Cities Event Hall is the perfect place to host your next special occasion. The event hall is located on the grounds of the Grayston Coral Sportsman's Club, featuring everything you need to make your next event shine. Inside the club, you can find members unwinding in the spacious bar and game room, enjoying great food and just gathering with each other watching their favorite team. The Grayston Coral Sportsman's Club in Twin Cities Event Hall, voted best in Indiana County 2023.
Ward Hilliard. No score here. Wildcats have had a couple opportunities in Marion Center territory, but both ended on turnover on downs. So the Wildcats are going to start the second quarter with the football. Angelo Alexander, it's a third down. He's out of the shotgun. He's going to look to throw. He throws underneath, and it's Braden Dunn, I believe, on the reception. Braden takes the ball out to near the 40-yard line, enough for a first down. First down's brought to you by In First Bank.
Good pass protection there. Gave him time to look over the field. Dunn ran just a simple cross. Deep enough to get the first down, and they connected.
And that's a great way to start or resume the drive out of the second quarter, or to start the second quarter.
Yeah, they got to get away from those deep balls. I mean, that's good to do once in a while, but you got people open underneath. You got to take advantage of that.
Alexander is 2 for 4 for 27 yards right now. This time he's going to give the ball. I think that's Isaiah.
Yeah, that's McCracken.
Isaiah McCracken. He had a nice head of steam, but they sort of went right at the lower legs. And when you run like that, they were able to get him down after a pickup of about 4 yards for McCracken. Yeah. That brings up second down, and we'll call it 6.
Well, they're overloading to the right here.
And Alexander, he's got 3 wide receivers to his right side. He's going to keep the ball himself. He fakes the handoff and rolls left side near the Wildcat sideline before he's dropped down just over the 45-yard line. We'll call it the 45 as the next line of scrimmage.
Again, nice job by the Stingers there. That play could have gone a long way because that was away from the formation.
They are not falling for those fakes right now. They're not overplaying.
They're staying home, and they're making plays. So it's 3rd and short for the Wildcats.
And Alexander out of the shotgun. Takes the snap, and he's going to hand it to his near side running back. I think it's McCracken. McCracken goes across midfield, gets enough for an In First Bank first down for the Homer Center Wildcats. As they cross midfield, they're going to spot the ball just on the other side of the 50.
Nice job. Couple first downs on this drive. Keep the momentum going.
Alex Stewart on the tackle for the Marion Center Stingers. Clock is ticking as we approach 10 minutes to go here in the first half. Angelo Alexander fakes the handoff, keeps it himself. He's looking to see if he can make something happen. He gets about 4 yards before he's met by a host of Stingers who bring him down and actually push him back.
Yeah,
but I
corner came up and made the hit there. He had some field to work with, but again, the Stingers are where they're supposed to be and made the play.
Forward progress is going to put the ball at about the 45-yard line, so give him 4.
Yeah,
we'll call it second down and 6.
I always say you win first down. That makes it a lot easier. 4 yards is a win on first down.
The Wildcat offense getting their calls from the far sideline.
Stingers have some big boys on that line, but again, because of the heat and everything, they're just shuffling them in and out.
That's one thing it'll be interesting to see, when we talk to the coaches, how this heat factors in, any cramps or anything. This one's going to be a handoff, going to be up the middle to Braden Dunn. He got back to about the line of scrimmage before he was brought down. I want to say that, Mason Mantini.
And he had just come back onto the field. So
78 and 79
nice
are with those numbers are just so difficult to spot, and they're right beside each other.
And they're big and they're difficult
on the
move.
defensive line, yeah. So I almost have to give it a shot. It is now a third down. We'll call it 6 for the Wildcats from the Marion Center 45-yard line. It's going to be a fake handoff, and this time Alexander keeps it. He gets back to the line of scrimmage, and he is dropped.
Boy, the Stinger defense has been aware of the play fakes that Homer would want to use, and they have been there every time. And, Alexander's a good runner, but he's just getting no space to make his moves. It's fourth down.
Alex
it looks
Stewart
like Homer's going for it.
Interesting.
44-yard line of Marion Center.
Yeah, they're not set up to punt. So a big early call for the Homer Center Wildcats from their Stinger 44. Alexander's looking to go deep. He's got a receiver sort of got separation, but the ball was inside. It was
led him too much.
Yeah, he led Will Jones a little too much to the inside, and so that's going to be the third turnover on downs for the Wildcats.
Yeah, disappointing. Again, trying to go with that long pass. Homer ran some nice slants in the scrimmage, too. And
some of this is uncharacteristic of head coach Greg Page. So 7:40 to go here in the second quarter. Marion Center takes over from their own 44-yard line.
They're not that the guys aren't open. They're not wide open, but they're open. But the problem is right now, Angelo just not making the connection.
So Stewart goes under center, and he's going to keep it himself. He ran a fake, and he's going to be brought down by 3 Wildcats right near the line of scrimmage.
Well, I've been praising the Marion Center. I got to give Homer credit, too.
Their defense
boys are
has been
staying home.
Yeah.
Making plays.
Landon Hill in on that stop. I think I saw Jackson Arone come out of the...
Key is some penetration, and they've been getting that, and that busts up a lot of these plays.
Clock's rolling as we approach 7 minutes. No score here. We'll take a look at some of the out-of-town scores coming up in just a moment here. Out of the shotgun this time is Alex Stewart. I think we're going to have I thought we were going to see a false start, but no flag on the play. It was a quick pass out near the sideline. Pass was complete to number 34, Mason Plaskonic, but it only nets a 1-yard gain before he's knocked out of bounds. So it's going to be a third down and about 9.
Ocean Maritita on that play. Nice play. Came up, made the hit, did not give up any yardage.
Ocean Maritita makes and that's another one of the newer Wildcats that are getting time with all of the turnover from last year. I've seen Ocean up through the midgets and junior high.
Big play here, both ways.
Third down and 9. It's Stewart in shotgun. He's going deep. And he completes the pass all the way down near the 28-yard line. Big-time completion. The coverage looked like it was pretty good, but the ball was thrown where only the receiver could go get it.
He went up and got that. It was a great catch.
No McCoy with the catch.
You know, that's what happens when you're playing like this, and all of a sudden a big play comes up. We'll see if Stingers get some momentum out of that.
McCoy's reception puts Marion Center in business. They are now at the 26-yard line of Homer Center. 29 yards on that reception.
Deep passes are always dangerous if they are completed.
Stewart's going to go back under center. And he's going to give the ball right up the middle, and they find some traction through the middle of the Wildcat defense. That's Cam Rising, I think, and he picks up about 6 or 7 yards.
Solid 6 anyway.
So they're going to bring up second down and short. Will Jones on the stop for the Homer Center Wildcats. Clock's rolling. We're under 6 minutes to play. The Stingers are in business here.
Yeah, this time the Wildcats are looking at their backs against the wall. They're going to have to come up with a big play. 3 plays to get 4 yards.
And this time it's going to be shotgun formation for Alex Stewart. He's got a motion man in Plaskonic. They go handoff directly up the middle. The Wildcats don't give much room, and maybe a yard down near the 20.
I think that was Stewart. Kept it, yeah.
Oh, Stewart on the keep. Okay, he faked me out. And Wildcats stopped that after a gain of about 1 yard.
And once again, we got a big play.
Third down, and we'll call it 3 from the 20-yard line of Homer Center for the Marion Center Stingers. Making substitutions, sending in the call. Checking our out-of-town scoreboard while we await the play call. Northern Cambria leads United Valley 7-0. River Valley and Conemaugh Township, we're going to get a timeout. All right, we'll take timeout. We have a timeout by, I believe, Marion Center. So we'll come back with more here on It's No Score here on the Homer Center Wildcat Football Network.
Sports are fun.
Milk every moment.
At IRMC, we have all of the necessary pieces in place to perform complex operations, including highly skilled and specially trained surgeons, their support team of experts, and advanced technology like the Da Vinci robotic surgical system. As a result, patients spend less time in the hospital, recover faster, and get treated close to home. So there's no reason to puzzle over where you should get your surgical care. The answer is right here at IRMC.
Break. We're back from our S&T Bank broadcast booth. No score. Homer Center and Marion Center knotted at 0. It is the Stingers are threatening, though. They are at the Wildcat 20, third down and about 3. And the handoff goes up the middle, and it is going to be enough for a first down as they move into the red zone. Marion Center.
If I'm not mistaken, they moved Stewart to a running back position.
That was okay. So Stewart, yes, they're changed. Stewart on the carry out of the backfield, and he takes it down to about the 11-yard line.
Not sure who the quarterback is.
So let's see if we can spot the change. The numbers are just brutal right now.
It's a double digit.
Yeah,
anyway.
And a different quarterback. Yeah, it looks like 12. Handoff goes up the middle and into the end zone for the Marion Center touchdown. They strike first, make this score 6-0 in favor of the Marion Center Stingers.
Alex Stewart again.
It was Stewart up the middle for the touchdown. And we talked about the athlete that he was, and they decided they weren't getting the movement out of him as a quarterback, so moved him back to his natural position of running back, at least for this series. And it turns out he takes it for the rest of the yardage, and it's a touchdown for the Marion Center Stingers. They are set to attempt the extra point.
Boy, how one big play can turn a game, and that's exactly what happened there.
Josh Troop, and they had trouble with the snap, but Troop gets the kickoff. They're waving it off. So the extra point is no good. Our score, with 3:59 to go here in the second quarter, Marion Center 6, Homer Center nothing. We'll be back with more on the Wildcat Football Network.
Don't miss the biggest floor sample sale Dowd's Furniture has had in years. We're cleaning out all the shelves and filling both stores with over $4 million of inventory available for immediate delivery. Sofas, recliners, sectionals, bedroom and dining room furniture, plus lamps, pictures, and accessories, all available now. Hurry in and don't miss out at Dowd's of Plumville and Greensburg.
Doesn't your home deserve Dowd's?
Grayston Coral Sportsman's Club invites you to take a look at the club voted best in Indiana County 2023. Inside, you can find members unwinding with friends and enjoying delicious food like their homemade pizza. You can relax in the club by playing darts, pool, or shuffleboard. The club is a great place to watch your favorite team with family and friends. Proud to sponsor the Wildcats, the Grayston Coral Sportsman's Club on Neal Road in Grayston.
Looking to experience luxury with your next vehicle? Then look no further than Luther Lincoln. From the full-size Lincoln Navigator to the mid-size Lincoln Aviator or the Lincoln Nautilus and Corsair crossovers, Luther has the Lincoln you want. With complimentary pickup and delivery for service or being able to schedule your service appointments online, Luther Lincoln wants to make your experience a pleasant one. Luther Lincoln, your choice for Lincoln. Route 119, Homer City. Click on lutherlincoln.net.
6-0.
Big pass play did its thing. Homer's been trying deep balls. They haven't been working. I think, again, they go underneath, and got to get Landon Hill cooking yet. He still needs a yard.
Troop is set to kick off for the Marion Center Stingers. And it's going to sail deep and being taken by one of the up men for Homer Center. I think that might have been Jones.
I think so, too. Let me see. It was number 10, I think.
Yeah.
No, is that 10 or 30? That's 30. And that would be Riley Colbaugh.
Yeah, Riley Colbaugh, who was one of the young Wildcats. He's only a sophomore, but he's playing his way into more time. And he ends up picking up about 7 or 8 yards off of that, picking up that line drive kick. And the Wildcats are going to start with its 3:55 to go here in the second quarter. They trail 6-0.
Well, we were talking about the sun and how bad it was. It's gone. It's getting pretty cloudy here now.
Yes, and
it's supposed to rain. I don't think so.
So 3:55 to go here in the second quarter. I want to remind you folks, the gold standard of care at IRMC at Chestnut Ridge in Blairsville is once again not gone unnoticed. IRMC at Chestnut Ridge was voted the best urgent care and walk-in clinic in the Best of Indiana County contest. And it's no wonder at urgent care. They'll fast-track you and get you quick access to their team of medical experts, highly trained and ready to treat all minor injuries and illnesses. Open 7 days a week from 8 a.m. to 8 p.m., located off Old Route 22 in Blairsville, where you get in, get out, get better. A part of the IRMC family, better health, better life. Again, 3:55. The Wildcats will take over from their own 35. And the officials are holding up play for a moment here. Maybe it's that might have been a timeout.
To find out who. I think they gave him a water.
And maybe that was the water timeout here for the second quarter.
Hill is not in the backfield.
Angelo takes the pass, throws a quick pass out near the far sideline, out near the Wildcat sideline. I believe that's Dan Jones. Yeah, Dan Jones on the catch for the Wildcats.
Very effective play, very safe play. If he breaks a tackle, it's even a bigger play. But they got solid 5 yards.
5 yards on first down. Second down now and 5. This one's going to go up the middle. Quick handoff to Braden Dunn.
Alex Stewart making the tackle.
Stewart's doing everything for the Stinger defense.
He's a man, that guy's doing it all.
Mantini was credited on the stop for the Stingers. Big third down for the Wildcats. Angelo gives the handoff, goes up the middle. Again, I think that was McCracken.
It was.
McCracken, it does not get enough. And it's going to be about the 42-yard line of Homer Center with a fourth down. Call it 2.
I'm sure they're going to go
decision time. Yeah. Interesting. We'll see. They're not making any change.
I don't know if Landon Hill, maybe he's a little under the weather.
Interesting. We have not seen him. I think we're going to get an offsides call against the Stingers. So the first down is coming. It looked like the nose.
They did quite a bit last year, if you'll recall, Travis. That changed the cadence a little and got the defense to jump to get that first down. That's a big one.
It is, and it's going to give the Wildcats a first down. They're not over midfield yet, but they're going to be staring at the face of midfield. I believe that was
49-yard line of
they're going to put the ball at the 49. Great job by Angelo to get the defense to sort of jump. So first down and 10 from the Homer Center 49. Alexander out of the shotgun. He fakes the handoff to McCracken. He's looking to throw, but he's in trouble, and he tries to throw it as he's going down. It's going to be interesting to see whether that's going to be a fumble or incomplete pass, or it didn't get back to the... I'm not sure if that's a high school call, whether the ball has to actually make it to the line of scrimmage or not.
Well, if that's the case, it didn't happen. Those rollout play fakes are not working.
No, and the Stingers defense has come to play after it looked like they were sort of on their back heels on those first couple drives for the Wildcats. They have answered the call. So we are waiting. Here's what's happening on the sideline. I think Coach Adam Rising is looking for an explanation as to why that isn't either a sack or a penalty against Homer Center.
There's no flag, so they didn't throw a flag.
But
he did throw the beanbag there, though.
We haven't seen anything yet, and the official is still talking to. Looks like the explanation is as long as Angelo's arm was going forward, that can be an incomplete pass. Well, the Stingers.
Homer went over to the sideline.
Yeah, Homer, while this, they're going to go over and get some instruction from head coach Greg Page. We're hearing a lot from the Marion Center faithful.
A lot of officials in the stands tonight.
Yeah, well, and at first I was surprised that it wasn't. But again, this could be a rule that could be something different between high school and either college or pro. So they're going to move the ball over near the hash mark for the Homer Center sideline. Still at the 49-yard line of Homer Center. It's second down and 10.
Well, the referee's still
and the referee's now still talking to Marion Center coach Adam Rising.
It's going to rain, boys. Come on.
And, all right, well, the officials are holding up play. I'm looking. Are they talking to? No, they're still.
Yeah, they made the call. Both teams are lined up, and this isn't good either way.
Coach Rising is letting the officials know that he doesn't agree with it. But we're getting the back judge to move back into formation. So it looks like now we can resume play here with a second down and 10.
Looks like Landon Hill is back in now.
Snap goes, and it's a handoff this time to Landon Hill. Hill goes forward to about the 44 or 46-yard line to make that of Marion Center. That should put him over 2,000 yards for his career. We're waiting for our statistician, the amazing Jerry Rossai. So, yes, that puts him at 1 yard, so he's 2001. Third down, Angelo Alexander again drops back to pass. He looks deep, and he throws across the middle, and the pass is caught. I think it was Braden Dunn.
Yep.
Braden Dunn makes the catch down around the 37-yard line
little circle
of Marion Center. 122.
Again, that's a straight drawback, good protection, and a good pass.
Wildcats are trying to move quickly. Alexander out of the shotgun. He's going to give it to Landon Hill. Nothing doing. Landon's going to get back to the line of scrimmage before he's brought down.
Handoff wasn't clean. Landon lost all his momentum going forward, and the Marion Center put him down.
Mason Mantini on the stop for the Stingers. Quickly back to the line of scrimmage, this time out of the shotgun. Again, fake handoff, and it's going to be a pass, and it's complete. Short gain down near the 30-yard line. We'll see if the Wildcats are going to use a timeout here.
Carson Arone, I believe, caught
Jackson Arone catches the football, and it's going to be a timeout. So let's take a quick timeout. It's 6-0, 1:02 to play here on the Homer Center Wildcat Football Network.
Hello, this is Jay
and Shannon
from Hutton Blues Insurance. Hello, this is Jay
and Shannon
from Hutton Blues Insurance. We pride ourselves on building strong personal relationships with our clients.
We are an independent agency offering you the best coverage at the best rate. When you buy insurance, whether it's for your home, car, business, or life, you want an advocate working in your best interests. And that's Hutton Blues Insurance, Route 119 North, just outside of Indiana.
We're also honored to have been voted in the top 2 insurance companies in the 23-24 Best of Indiana County contest.
Thank you, Indiana County.
Milk every moment.
And we've got a 1:02 to play. Wildcats coming out of that timeout had used their first timeout of the half. Angelo Alexander. It's a third down. Alexander drops back to pass. He's going to look for the end zone. He's got Braden Dunn for the Homer Center Wildcat touchdown. They lock up 30 yards on the score. Alexander to Dunn, and the Wildcats are on the board. It is 6-6 with 55 seconds to play here in the first half.
Key to that, I said earlier, he was throwing too much on the line. That time he lofted the ball and allowed receiver Dunn to get under it and make the catch. Big play. I believe this is Mr. Fraser, the freshman.
This is Brady Fraser. They have a freshman kicker. And we're going to get
Boy, was that a big play.
Woo. We're going to get a timeout for Homer Center. They're going to catch their breath. We're going to keep it right here. We've got our ITT halftime report coming up next. We'll recap, which all of a sudden we've got a game.
Well, we've got another Marion Center, Homer Center.
Yeah, I guess it is.
We're going to be here till the bitter end. I think it's going to be tough. Both teams are moving the ball now.
And that one, a big 30-yard touchdown pass from Angelo Alexander to Braden Dunn. And it's tied the game up. The Wildcats with the extra point attempt coming from freshman Brady Frazier, who is attempting his first extra point of his career.
I saw during the scrimmage he tried one, and he overkicked hooked it. He just needs to just go right through smoothly and kick it. It's not that far, and he's got a good leg. Boy, he's going to be a good one.
10 plays, 65 yards on the drive. Took 3 minutes. Wildcats 2 for 2 on third down and 1 for 1 on fourth. The big play was that offsides, which you almost forget about that, Jerry.
Yeah.
That's true. Wildcats were struggling, and the big key to that drive may have been that offsides play that kept the drive alive. Here comes Frazier. Out of the hold of Braden Dunn. And the kick is good. Brady Frazier's first extra point is good, giving the Wildcats a 7-6 lead with 55 seconds to play here in the second quarter. We're going to take time out. We'll be back with more here on the Homer Center Wildcat Football Network.
Hi, it's Brian from SeaWorld Satellites, your Dish Premier local retailer. Upgrade to Dish from DirecTV and get a $300 prepaid MasterCard. Just mention offer code DTV2DISH. Come in or call us today at 724-463-3200, extension 122 to learn more and make the switch to Dish. That's 724-463-3200, extension 122.
Offer ends 11/13/23. Eligibility requirements and restrictions apply. Call for full details.
Hi, my name is London, and this is the bus that I take to school every day. We have a really fun bus driver, and guess what? Smith Bus Company is hiring new bus drivers.
That's right. Smith Bus Company is hiring positions for full and part-time drivers and driver's assistants. They provide transportation for 6 area school districts, and they're proud of the work they do. Apply now at smithbusco.com, equal opportunity employer.
Well, a nice drive there,
People
wasn't
forward
it,
banking.
Travis?
That was a great drive, an answer, because it looked at this point like, and you almost want to say Landon coming back to the game sort of.
Yeah, he had a
little bit of a
runs.
spur. It wasn't like he did the work, but just having him sort of boosted the spirits of the Homer Center Wildcat offense. They lead 7-6, and here comes Frazier's kickoff. It's a spinning kick taken down the middle at about the 20-yard line. He advances the ball over the 36. Alex Stewart, the ball carrier for Marion Center, and so they're going to take over with 49 seconds to go here in the second quarter.
We'll see if they decide to put him back at quarterback. I didn't get to see who their quarterback was.
It was Rising.
Rising. Oh, thank you.
So Camden Rising, we'll see if he's going to stay in and play quarterback. And at this point, why wouldn't you? The offense looked different.
Yeah, it was lethargic until he got into that running back spot, and all of a sudden it picked
Stewart's
up.
going to touch the ball a lot, but maybe, catching it in a position where he's able to go north and south was a big change. It's going to be Stewart taking the football out of the direct snap, and he runs over to the near sideline, picks up about 6 or 7 yards before he's forced out of bounds. So there you go. Stewart's back at quarterback, working out of the shotgun. This is one of those things, though, but maybe it's going to be an ongoing, from play to play.
He's a good passer. I think that's what they're looking at.
7-6. By getting out of bounds, he stopped the clock with 43 seconds to go. Second down and 4 for the Stingers from their own 43. Out of the shotgun. Wildcats looking like they want to bring pressure. We're getting a flag down. I wonder if it's going to be encroachment.
I didn't see anybody jump from Homer, but let's see. Apparently they did.
No motion yet.
No,
but the Wildcats are stepping back, so I think we're going to get an encroachment call. A little bit of movement.
Stinger's a little bit giving the Wildcats a little of their own medicine.
It was encroachment, so that's going to move the ball. And the one thing about that, it moves the ball without the clock ticking down. So 43 seconds, and the ball's out near midfield.
That's her first penalty.
First penalty of the game. That's. Stingers have only had their first penalty, have been clean up until that, the Wildcats. Back out of the shotgun. Stewart looking. He's going deep again. Overthrows his receiver. Receiver was looking to see if he was going to pick up a shirt tug, but no flags.
That ball was just thrown too far.
And I think it was one of those things where Stewart decided the only chance we've got for this is if I let him run under it. 36 seconds to go.
Also shows he's got a strong arm. He threw that ball quite a ways.
2nd down and 10 for Marion Center as they are at about their own 48-yard line. Stingers break huddle.
Homer's got to be aware. Nobody gets behind you now.
Yeah, they. I think after the West Shamokin game last year, they'll remember that forever. The Stewart rolls out. He underthrew that football, but his receiver came back for it and made the reception.
No, he dropped it.
Oh, it falls out of his hands. He had it.
He got hit there, and he would have had it. Great pass.
I think it was Maritita may have knocked that out because that was going to be a big first down for Marion Center.
Yeah, I'd give him enough time to make a couple more tosses into the end zone.
3rd down and 10 for the Stinger offense with 27 seconds to go as they're at midfield. They've been 3 of 5 on 3rd downs. Our quick stats brought to you by First Commonwealth Bank. Time to be first. Thank you, Jerry Rossi. Big 3rd down for the Stingers. Stewart is going to keep it. He tries to go right up the middle. Picks up positive yardage, but not enough for the first down. He gets across for the 50-yard line. Give him 5. It'll bring up a 4th down and 5. Clock is rolling as we approach 10 seconds. So barring a timeout, this is where we are going to end.
Stop, yep.
And there's going to be no stoppage. So we've reached halftime here at Molino Stadium. The Homer Center Wildcats with the lead, 7-6, scoring right before the end of the first half.
Well, apparently they called timeout.
Oh, all right. They're going to reset time. No, they stopped the clock with 1 second left. So it'll be a 4th down, which I guess at this point, if you're going to chuck it for the end zone, it gives you, low risk for getting punished. So the Stingers are going to take one more shot at things. And who knows? Maybe they watched the film from the game last year. And,
anything's possible. After that
you say
game.
3 seconds, you can't do anything, but it did happen last year. So it could be an instance where Marion Center coach Adam Rising looks at the situation and says, let's take a shot at it.
It's been a well-played game, though. I mean, it's been back and forth. Neither team really dominating.
Well, it's been a game in phases. It looked like Homer, 2 times drove down into Marion Center territory, unable to top those drives off with a couple of turnover on downs. Marion Center sort of rights the ship and gets a nice drive for themselves, goes up 6-0, misses the extra point, and then Homer Center looks like they're struggling. Pick up a 4th down conversion, a 4th and 2 on an offsides call, and then we're able to get a 30-yard touchdown pass from Angelo Alexander to Braden Dunn. So here we are, 1 second to go here in the first half.
Safeties are deep.
Yes, the safeties are deep. The corners are giving about 12 to 15 yards.
They're back here, big umbrella.
Everybody is giving a lot of space. So this will be the final play, barring any kind of penalty. Stewart decides to throw, and they try the old hook and lateral play, but it's not going to get the first down. They made the completion near the 37-yard line, and then the old flick. Dan Jones makes the tackle to end the first half. Our score at the end of 2 quarters, the Homer Center Wildcats lead the Marion Center Stingers by a score of 7-6. Our ITT halftime report is on the way next here on the WCCS Football Network.
Luxembourg's Jewelers, a proud supporter of all the area athletes, would like to wish the best of luck to all.
Introducing the new Colonial Advantage at Colonial Auto Group. Our complimentary program with every new and used vehicle. 1 year of no-charge maintenance, meaning you can enjoy your new vehicle and let us take care of the rest. Plus, a lifetime warranty. That's a $2,500 value. The Colonial Advantage program is our way of giving you peace of mind with every Colonial vehicle purchase. Colonial Auto Group, home of the Colonial Advantage. Visit shopcolonialcars.com.
Luxembourg's Jewelers, a proud supporter of all the area athletes, would like to wish the best of luck to all the Heritage Conference schools and, of course, the Indiana Little Indians this season. With 2 convenient locations, Luxembourg's Jewelers is the winning choice for gifts of any occasion. Show your school pride with gifts ranging from beautifully logoed coffee mugs, keychains, money clips, water bottles, and more. From the Indiana Mall to downtown Indiana, Hip, Jeff, and the Luxembourg's team wishes everyone an MVP season. Luxembourg's Jewelers is Indiana's jeweler.
Halftime report. We're getting a bunch of scores coming in, so we'll have out-of-town scores coming up momentarily as soon as I can get those off of my watch as they're coming in. Let's recap the first half. The Wildcats took the opening kickoff from their own 35. Were able to advance it down into Stingers territory, but a turnover on downs set up the Stingers at 9:58 of the first quarter from their own 23. They were able to get a first down before they punted the ball back to the Wildcats. Wildcats took over with 7:06 to go in the first quarter from the Marion Center 36, but again, not able to advance. They turned it over on downs for the second time. Marion Center took over at their own 30 with 5:53 to go in the first quarter. Were unable to get much and punted the ball back to the Wildcats. But were able to change the field as the Wildcats took over near the end of the first quarter with 1:11 left, took over at their own 27, were able to advance the ball to their own 44, but again, another turnover and downs gives the ball to Marion Center at the Marion Center 44-yard line. That's where things got interesting. The big key on the drive was Alex Stewart with a 29-yard pass completion to Noah McCoy that put the Marion Center Stingers in business. Couple of run plays as Stewart moved to tailback, and he took it in on a touchdown run. The drive was 9 plays, 56 yards, put Marion Center on the board at 6-0 with 3:56 to go. Homer Center took the next possession at their own 35, had trouble moving the football, brought up a 4th down and 2 near midfield. Angelo Alexander was able to draw the Stingers off sides. That allowed the Wildcats to convert that 4th down. A couple of plays later, and it was Alexander to Dunn. It's a 3rd down. Alexander drops back to pass. He's going to look for the end zone. He's got Braden Dunn for the Homer Center Wildcat touchdown. They lock up 30 yards on the score. Alexander to Dunn, and the Wildcats are on the board. It is 6-6 with 55 seconds to play here in the first half. Brady Frazier's extra point was good, putting the Wildcats in front for the first time. The score at the half is 7-6. We come back, we'll have more. We're going to take a look as the stats are being tallied up. We want to congratulate Landon Hill. He moved over 2,000 yards, not the way this half sort of went. And we'll see when we if he is able to control the football a little bit more in the third quarter. I would think that would be one of the halftime adjustments for the Wildcat staff. We're going to have more coming up on our HC Wildcat ITT Live halftime report here on the WCCS Football Network.
Sports are fun. They're exciting. They're
It's
painful
so much more
sometimes.
than just
If you've
a
been
job.
sidelined by an injury, ankle, elbow, knee, shoulder, head to toe, joints and bones, IRMC and the Center for Orthopedic and Sports Medicine can get you back up and running again, or walking if that's the problem. Board-certified orthopedic surgeons and other less invasive treatments too. Call 888-452-IRMC to make your appointment and get back in the game with IRMC Sports Medicine.
Don't miss the biggest floor
Life's
sample
challenges
sale
can sometimes
Dowd
catch us
Furniture
off
has had
guard,
in
but at
years.
Marion Center
We're
Bank,
cleaning
we
out
believe
all
in
the
safeguarding your
shelves and
financial
filling both
future.
stores with
Introducing
over $4
Ultimate
million
ID
of
Plus, a
inventory.
powerful fraud
Available
protection
for
service that
immediate
offers you
delivery.
peace of mind
Sofas,
like never
recliners,
before.
sectionals,
Ultimate ID
bedroom and
Plus
dining room
also keeps a
furniture,
vigilant
plus
eye on your
lamps,
social
pictures,
media
and
identity
accessories.
and your driver's
All
license,
available now.
preventing fraudulent
Hurry in,
activities.
or don't
Contact
miss
your
out.
local branch
At Dowd
office or visit us at
Greensboro.
MarionCenterBank.com for more information. Marion Center Bank, member FDIC.
In sports, game plans are essential to the success of the team. The same can be said for the game of life. What kind of game plan do you have to protect your valuable assets like home, car, business, income, renters, motorcycles, and IRAs? When was the last time you had a comprehensive insurance review? The William G. Meckling Insurance Agency can develop a game plan just for you. For a comprehensive insurance review, call the William G. Meckling Insurance Agency, 1359 Philadelphia Street, Indiana, because it's always something.
The Homer City Area Athletic Booster Club was founded 65 years ago to support and sponsor a startup midget football program. Some 65 years later, the Boosters have grown and now serve as the primary recreational arm of the Homer Center School District, sponsoring various sports such as baseball, softball, elementary boys and girls basketball, and yes, Bears football remains the foundation for our Varsity Wildcats program, teaching the basic skills to our children. Go Bears and go Wildcats from the Homer City Area Athletic Booster Club.
The Homer City American Legion Post 493, a longtime backer of our local teams and a proud supporter of American Legion baseball, is pleased to be part of today's playoff baseball games and wishes the best of luck to all the athletes participating. Homer City American Legion Post 493 has served Homer City and our veterans for more than half a century. They're a staple of the community and believe in giving back. So have fun today, teams, from your friends at the Homer City American Legion Post 493.
The ITT Halftime Show continues with a look at the first half stats. Indiana Total Therapy, world-class rehabilitation with 3 locations in Indiana County.
Broadcast booth here on our ITT Wildcat Live halftime report. 7-6 in favor of the Homer Center Wildcats as they were able to punch it in right before the half. We want to thank the Grayston Coral Sportsman's Club, who's our presenting sponsor on Renda Digital TV tonight, and tell you about some of the things that they have going on. Pizza nights at the club are every Thursday and Friday night. Also want to remind you, you can hang out post-game, hang out with your friends after Friday Night Lights. They've got stuff going on after the Wildcat games. The pizza ovens are on. They're staying on till 11 o'clock. You can even call ahead to place your order, 724-479-3985. And we'll remind you that they'll have their cornhole tourney starting tomorrow around 12 noon, and they still have room for teams. So that's all for tomorrow going on at the Grayston Coral Sportsman's Club. Also want to remind folks, a lot can happen to kids after hours and not just on the gridiron. Babies get fevers, children step on glass, athletes twist their ankles. If your child or teen needs care and your doctor's office is closed, IRMC at Chestnut Ridge is open weekdays and weekends from 8 a.m. until 8 p.m. What a great idea when you need them. Since 2009, IRMC at Chestnut Ridge, Old Route 22 in Blairsville, where you get in, get out, and get better. A part of the IRMC family, better health, better life. IRMC at Chestnut Ridge voted Best Urgent Care and Walk-In Clinic in the Best of Indiana County contest. I want to also remind folks something new that we're doing this year, and we want to thank the folks at the Grand Beginnings Children's Center. This is our first night, Points for Kids. They are doing a promotion to benefit the the Teddy Bear Fund Drive. It's all the stations. But every point scored in all of our Friday night regular season broadcasts will go towards a $1 donation per point to the Teddy Bear Fund Drive. They'll cut a big check at the end of the regular season. We're starting to see some of the scores coming in, some halftime scores. Let's see, Jerry. Okay, thanks, Jerry. Portage leading Conemaugh Valley, the newcomer, 28-7. West Shamokin out in front of Penns Manor, 27-12. Conemaugh Township leading River Valley, 7-0. Purchase Line over Cambria Heights, 7-0. That was a late touchdown before the half because I think that game was 0-0 till near halftime. United Valley, after falling behind 7-0, put 2 touchdowns on the board. They lead by a score of 14-7. And scores from Andy Kosneski Field. Indiana High Little Indians leading Freeport tonight, 13-0. Very nice start for them. First half, see if they can put 4 quarters together. Ward Hilliard, do you have our first half numbers?
Done well better, huh? But we'll give them to you. For Marion Center, rushing. Alex Stewart had 13 carries, 42 yards. Camden Rising, 3 carries, 13 yards. They had 16 rushing attempts, 55 yards. Stewart was 3 of 5 through the air for 46. 46 passing, 55 rushing. That adds up to 101 total yards for the Stingers. For Homer Center, Alexander, 8 rushes, 20 yards. Landon Hill, 5 rushes, 24 yards. Mills here had 2 carries for 3, and McCracken 4 for 10. Braden Dunn had 1 carry, 1 yard. 19 rushes, 58 rushing yards. Alexander was 6 of 10 through the air. Touchdown pass there, 78 yards. 78 through the air, 58 on the ground, 136 for Homer Center. So pretty even game, kind of reflective of the kind of game we've got right now. And that's it for stats. I got some other stats if you want them, Trav. I don't know if you want to read those.
Yeah, I can do that. I'll take a look at.
Took the time to do it.
The team stats. Let's start with the Wildcats. They had 7 first downs. They were 4 of 7 on third down, 1 for 4 on fourth down conversions. That's the, I guess that's the meaning behind those 3 turnover on downs. No turnovers, so clean in that way, and 1 penalty for 5 yards. They did not punt. They decided they were going for everything. Time of possession for the Wildcats, 12:02. For the Stingers as a team in the first half, 4 first downs, 3 of 5 on third downs, 1 of 2 on fourth down conversions, no turnovers, 2 penalties for 15 yards for Marion Center. They did punt twice. They had a 29-yard average, and their time of possession, it's almost ironic. Wildcats 12:02 and Marion Center 11:58. It's nice when it adds up like that. But the Wildcats, and the Stingers are playing a pretty even matchup. Ward, let's play coach. This is something that Bertig always likes to do. Let's talk about let's start with Coach Adam Rising. If you're in the Stingers locker room right now, what's the big adjustment?
Well, they're going to be receiving, and they probably want to get a good offensive push. I think they might stick Alex Stewart back at running back. See if they can move the ball down the field, and if nothing else, improve the field position.
And he did give the Wildcats trouble. Well,
yeah,
all right, let's jump into the Wildcats locker room. What's Greg Page saying?
Well, I think you keep doing what you're doing, but I think you got to shorten up your passing routes. That touchdown was a big one, but a lot of it was set up because they made a couple of short passes, gained 6-7 yards, and that's fine. You kept possession, you moved the ball. And find a way to get Landon Hill a little running room. He breaks one of those big runs he can make. That can really turn the game as well. So the next score is huge, I think.
Well, and we want to, this was something, one of the things that the Wildcats cashed in with that 30-yard touchdown. You can cash in every Thursday night at the Altman Volunteer Fire Department for bingo. Although with the fair and Labor Day weekend coming up in the next week, there will be no bingo this coming Thursday, August 31st. Bingo will resume Thursday, September 7th. You can visit and support the firemen at the Indiana County Fair. Look for their booth under the grandstands. Renda salutes all of the emergency responders, of the many involved at the Altman Volunteer Fire Department. We have a few minutes to go before we start the second half. So we're going to wrap things up with our ITT Wildcat Live halftime report. We'll get things set up for the third quarter of action. Again, our score from Molino Stadium. The Wildcats lead the Stingers. Another close one coming. It's 7-6 right now as we get ready to start the third quarter here from Molino Stadium. It's an Indiana Regional Medical Center high school football sports night. And again, we want to thank the folks from the Grayston Coral Sportsman's Club presenting Renda Digital TV to our viewers tonight. We'll be back with more here on the Wildcat Football Network.
We're the lifeblood of the community.
It's so much more than just a job.
So good patient care is providing top quality care, but also in a timely fashion.
They don't need to go to Pittsburgh for that. They can stay right here in their backyard.
So when a patient walks into your office, you receive them as your family member.
A patient leaves my office feeling heard.
And the focus truly is on what will get us our best patient outcome.
Don't miss the biggest floor sample sale Dowd's Furniture has had in years. We're cleaning out all the shelves and filling both stores with over $4 million of inventory available for immediate delivery. Sofas, recliners, sectionals, bedroom and dining room furniture, plus lamps, pictures, and accessories, all available now. Hurry in and don't miss out at Dowd's of Plumville and Greensburg.
Doesn't your home deserve Dowd's?
Bad hair day? Bad day at the office? Bad day behind the wheel? Hey, stuff happens, even to the best of us. At least your car insurance rate doesn't have to take a hit. Get Erie Rate Lock from Erie Insurance. Gives you a great rate that stays put until you change a car, driver, or your address. Plus, seriously good service. Now that's something to smile about.
Your local Erie agent is William G. Meckling Insurance Agency. Get a quote at 724-465-4261 or visit mecklinginsurance.com.
Erie Rate Lock does not guarantee continued insurance coverage and is not available in all states.
The Homer City Area Athletic Booster Club was founded 65 years ago to support and sponsor a startup midget football program. Some 65 years later, the Boosters have grown and now serve as the primary recreational arm of the Homer Center School District, sponsoring various sports such as baseball, softball, elementary boys and girls basketball, and yes, Bears football remains the foundation for our Varsity Wildcats program, teaching the basic skills to our children. Go Bears and go Wildcats from the Homer City Area Athletic Booster Club.
Robindale and its affiliated companies are proud to be a sponsor of all student athletes in the area. For nearly 2 decades, Robindale has been cleaning up refuse coal piles that dot and scar the western Pennsylvania landscape. To reclimate and beautify these areas, Robindale believes deeply in safety, compliance, and community responsibility. If you would like to become a part of the Robindale team, you can contact them at 814-446-6700, extension 122, or see how Robindale can assist your business at robindale.com.
The Homer City American Legion Post 493, a longtime backer of our local teams and a proud supporter of American Legion baseball, is pleased to be part of today's playoff baseball games and wishes the best of luck to all the athletes participating. Homer City American Legion Post 493 has served Homer City and our veterans for more than half a century. They're a staple of the community and believe in giving back. So have fun today, teams, from your friends at the Homer City American Legion Post 493.
So what sets S&T apart from other financial institutions is that they are visionary. Now, we understand that it is partially about the numbers, but they know it's not just about the numbers. It's about the management team, it's about the strategic and business plan, it's about how the team is going to execute on that. In short, S&T gets it. Quite honestly, we couldn't have done it without S&T.
Milk every moment.
Luther Ford, one trusted name, 2 great locations. Right now at Luther Ford, drive off in a new F-Series truck, Ford Ranger, Ford Maverick, or the all-electric F-150 Lightning. Check out the Ford Bronco, Bronco Sport, Eco Sport, Escape, Explorer, Expedition, Edge, and Mustang Mach-E. And always look at the exciting Ford Mustang. Luther Ford, one trusted name, two great locations, Route 119 Homer City and Admiral Perry Highway, Evansburg. LutherFord.com.
This is State Senator Joe Pittman, wishing all of our student athletes and their families every success. Friday Night Lights are always exciting, and I recognize how important it is for students to be involved in activities, whether it be in athletics or the performing arts. I salute not only all of our students, but also all who guide them, on and off the gridiron. And I wish all of our hometown teams the best of luck this season.
Halftime, what is it, 25 minutes now?
Well, they put 20 on there, but this usually proceeds in throwing another couple minutes onto the clock, so we'll see. We're set to go in case they are.
I think they were ready too, but they had to wait.
And the Stingers are going to get the football as they won the toss and deferred to receive the second half kickoff. Our opening kickoffs are going to be sponsored this year by the Grand Beginnings Children's Center. Get your children ready to shine at Grand Beginnings Children's Center. They will be sponsoring the opening kickoff and our start of the third quarter kickoff, and we want to thank them for joining us on our journey with Homer Center Wildcat football on Renda Digital TV and, of course, on News Talk AM 1160, FM 101.1, and AM 1160. And also, want to remind folks, and I guess I should have covered this earlier, we're no longer streaming our games on the Trib Live network. We're streaming them on our own webpage. So if you go to WCCSradio.com, you're saying, I really like being able to listen, with my mobile device. Well, you can do that. Go bring up either the app, the WCCS News Talk app, or you can go straight to the website and click the Listen Live, and you'll be able to catch your Wildcat football, assuming you have coverage where you're at. You can listen to them wherever you go. Both teams had 4 possessions during the first half, and our score is fairly even at 7-6. Our quick stats are brought to you by First Commonwealth Bank. Time to be first. Both teams are now on the field, and they did. They put 3 minutes back on the clock, and we're at 2 minutes to go before we start the third quarter. What we're going to do, let's take one more timeout before they kick off the start of the third quarter. We'll be back with more here on Renda Digital TV and this IRMC High School Sports Night on the WCCS Wildcat Football Network.
At IRMC, we have all of the necessary pieces in place to perform complex operations, including highly skilled and specially trained surgeons, their support team of experts, and advanced technology like the Da Vinci robotic surgical system. As a result, patients spend less time in the hospital, recover faster, and get treated close to home. So there's no reason to puzzle over where you should get your surgical care. The answer is right here at IRMC.
Don't miss the biggest floor sample sale Dowd's Furniture has had in years. We're cleaning out all the shelves and filling both stores with over $4 million of inventory available for immediate delivery. Sofas, recliners, sectionals, bedroom and dining room furniture, plus lamps, pictures, and accessories, all available now. Hurry in and don't miss out at Dowd's of Plumville and Greensburg.
Doesn't your home deserve Dowd's?
Back in our S&T Bank broadcast booth. S&T Bank, people forward banking. Score is 7-6 as we get set. The Wildcats are out in front. The Stingers will receive the third quarter kickoff. Remember, the gold standard of care at IRMC at Chestnut Ridge in Blairsville is once again not gone unnoticed. IRMC at Chestnut Ridge was voted the best urgent care and walk-in clinic in the Best of Indiana County contest. And it's no wonder at Urgent Care, they'll fast-track you and get you quick access to their team of medical experts. Highly trained and ready to treat all minor injuries and illnesses. Open 7 days a week from 8 a.m. to 8 p.m. Located off Old Route 22 in Blairsville, where you get in, get out, and get better. A part of the IRMC family, better health, better life.
Cats will be kicking off left to right as we view it from up here on Mount Heidi. And, nah, I'm telling you, I think I saw Bigfoot up here one time.
Frazier's getting set to kick off for the Wildcats. So the Stingers will take over here. The opening kickoff ended up going out of bounds. That's something you would think that head coach Greg Page is telling his young kicker, let's keep this thing in bounds. We don't want to give good field position away. So here comes Frazier. Back deep is Stewart. And it's going to be kicked straight to Stewart. He's going to take it at about the 18-yard line. He tries to make a couple of moves, ends up losing his footing before he's met by a series of Wildcats, but they're having a hard time getting him down to the turf. And Stewart gets the ball across the 30-yard line. So that is where the Stingers will start their first possession of the third quarter.
Good return there by Al. It wasn't extremely long, but he did. He slipped, he shed a tackle, kept driving, and got about 4 or 5 yards after he caught it.
So they're going to put this down at the, they're going to call it the Marion Center 32. First down and 10.
See who the quarterback's going to be. I think that's a big deal right now.
And that's going to be, spotting those numbers is almost near impossible.
It's even worse now. It's dark.
There's a huge glare. The Stingers break huddle. And I think Stewart takes the handoff. I think he was not the quarterback there and picks up about 7 yards on first down.
Yeah, I think you're right. I'm just trying to. It's just so hard to see.
So he picked up about 6 yards. Even the PA is having a hard. Yes, it was a handoff to Stewart. So he is playing running back again, at least to start this possession.
Yeah, Wildcats are having a little trouble controlling him since he's moved to that spot.
Second down and about 4 yards. This time the handoff goes right up the middle, and boy, that was a touchdown-saving tackle.
Yes.
Stewart with the carry looked like he was going to bust that for a touchdown. Dan Jones saves the touchdown, but it is a first down for the Stingers. Of course, our first downs brought to you by InFirst Bank. Check out InFirst Bank's rewards checking today. InFirst Bank. First down and 10. Clock's rolling, under 11 minutes to play here as we've started the third quarter. Stingers are at their own 45-yard line, first down and 10. This one's going to be a quarterback keep. And it doesn't get much. He rolls out to the left side, picks up a yard or two.
I think it's Camden Rising.
Camden Rising is quarterbacking this possession, and he picked up about 2 yards. Maritita on the stop for the Wildcats.
We got to rely on the PA guy to help us with spotting. Leave this Mr. Mester here. He's usually the guy who picks these up for us.
Todd Marino told me today you need to get a set of binoculars, but
yeah, I don't know if that is.
Second down and 8 for the Stingers. Handoff goes up the middle to Stewart. He's met with resistance, but fights forward for about 2 or 3 yards.
Yeah, it looks like 2, looking where the official is.
Yeah, it's where they're coming towards. Well, the linesman looks like he's coming in near the 50-yard line.
Boy,
third down.
That is not a straight line, boys. That's an angle.
So here we go. Third down, big third down for the Stingers. They do not want to give the ball back to Homer Center right off the... They were 3 for 5 on third downs in the first half.
It's taking a long time for the play call.
And the play clock is down near 3 seconds, so it'll be interesting if we're going to get a timeout.
Yep, that's what I thought.
Yeah, the play clock was about to expire, so Marion Center is going to take a timeout. We'll take one, too. It is 7-6, third quarter. Homer Center leading Marion Center here on the Homer Center Wildcat Football Network.
The Twin Cities Event Hall is the perfect place to host your next special occasion. The event hall is located on the grounds of the Greyston Coral Sportsman's Club, featuring everything you need to make your next event shine. Inside the club, you can find members unwinding in the spacious bar and game room, enjoying great food and just gathering with each other watching their favorite team. The Greyston Coral Sportsman's Club in Twin Cities Event Hall, voted best in Indiana County 2023.
Center for the delay of game. So it is now 3rd down and 11, and this is going to be a handoff, and it's I think it's Stewart on the run, but he's going to be stopped after about a 3-yard gain.
It was a nice play by Maritito there. He was blocked, but he pushed the blocker back into the runner there to stop his momentum, and that'll put him up 4th down.
Yeah, Noah McCoy on the carry. McCoy was brought down by Maritita. And so that brings up 4th down. Looks like the Stingers are going to line up to punt. Back deep is going to be Jones and Braden Dunn. So 4th down, the penalty aids Homer Center. Had a little bit of trouble with the snap, and now they're going to try to throw for a 1st down. And it falls incomplete, so the Wildcats are going to get a turnover on downs.
Yeah, that was not a design play.
That was not a design play.
What a break.
Punter mishandled the snap, tried to pick it up, decided to try to throw it. It was incomplete. And so it's a turnover on downs.
Yeah, Alex Stewart tried to make something out of that, threw it downfield, but Homer was back in coverage. Good thing.
So the Wildcats are going to take over with 7:59 at the Marion Center. Let's see where they're going to put this.
Looks like 47.
Looks like the Marion Center 47.
We'll see what the clock says here. 47. See that?
Yeah, we're just
still pretty good.
We're just under 8 minutes to play here in the 3rd quarter, and that went from looking like Stewart was going to run through for a touchdown, touchdown-saving tackle by the Wildcat defense, then a penalty brings them back, and now a miscue on a punt. And so the Wildcats are going to get great field position.
They must be giving them extra time because of the heat, because they were over there way too long.
Another penalty.
Well, he just marched the ball 5 yards.
Okay, so let's see.
Why would be on Marion Center? They were on the field. Homer wasn't.
I'm wondering if they misplaced the ball from the 4th down, and now they've put it back to where it was. So I've got to update my numbers. They're going to put this at the 42-yard line. So it's going to be Homer Center taking over, 7:59 to go here in the 3rd quarter from the Marion Center 42-yard line.
Hasn't been many penalties called, thank goodness, because they're having trouble with the few that they do call.
And they're meeting, the officials are talking over the football right now.
The line of scrimmage is the 48, so they're on that 4th down.
Okay, so Jerry's saying the ball was at the 48.
It was an incomplete pass, so it should have been there. Yeah, I don't get it. Let's see if he's going to move it. Looks like he's still lined up to move it
back. And they're still thinking about it. The Wildcats are starting to give ground backwards a little bit, so maybe they're expecting that this is going to come back.
There he goes back now.
Yeah, and Adam Rising, I see him coming onto the field to sort of maybe get a clarification on that.
Well, the ball's about where it should be.
I think the ball, although I thought it was at the 48, looks closer to the 47, but at this point, we're going to take that and we're going to run with it.
We hope.
Well, that's true too. We haven't seen a snap yet, so I shouldn't jump the gun.
Oh, what an opportunity though! This is where Homer can take control of the game a little bit if they can punch one in here.
So after this break, okay, they're signaling the Wildcat first down. We got that far. From the 47-yard line of Marion Center, Angelo Alexander operating out of the shotgun. He's got a back to his left side. He's going to hand it off. It's going to be Landon Hill. Hill with a burst and picked up about 4 or 5 yards on first down before he was brought down. And I think that carry will put him into number 8 on the all-time Wildcat rushing list. He needed 27, and I believe he should be over 29. So he's 2 yards. He passes Matt Finati for number 8. And here goes again. It's going to be Hill again. They're going to feed him, and he picks up about 4 yards. It's going to be short of a first down before he's cut down. I think it was Stewart on the tackle, and he'll bring up third down and short. Okay, they're giving it the tackle to Isaac Bassa. So third down and 1 yard to go. Alexander out of the shotgun. He's going to give it off again. This time it's Landon Hill, and Hill gets enough for a first down. He sort of headed towards the sideline, but he's cut down inside the 30-yard line.
Yeah, he's going left and then cut back to the right, and that opened up the field for a good solid 10 yards anyway.
He's down at the 28-yard line of Marion Center. The Wildcats are on the move at the 20. They've marked it on the scoreboard at the 27. There's no individual tack marks, so I'm not going to argue too much about it. Looks more to the 28 for my eyes.
That's what I see too, my man. Let's see what we could do here.
Again, the sidecar back is Landon Hill. Alexander gives the ball again to Landon Hill. Landon Hill picks up about 3 yards. He's cut down around the 25-yard line.
Yeah, just across. So.
Yeah, they're going to give him the 24.
I think Homer's obviously in 4-down territory, so they have a lot of things they can run here.
And at this point, it looks like this is the possession, to be honest with you, that I thought we were going to see in the first quarter, and we didn't see as much of it.
Steady dose of Landon.
And we're getting a steady dose of Landon right now. Again, Hill gets the handoff. This time, Marion Center's not fooled. They're just waiting for him at the line of scrimmage. He falls forward for a couple of yards just from...
very makeable, though.
But
third,
again,
what, 3?
Third down, third down. We'll call it 3 from the 21-yard line.
Everything forward. That's good.
Or is that the 20?
Control the ball. Don't.
Yeah, the 21-yard line.
The football.
This is definitely 4-down territory, so they've got 2 shots to make it if you look at it like that. This time it's the quarterback keeper, and Angelo Alexander gets the first down. He looked like for a second his forward progress got stopped. He was able to regather himself and get over near the Wildcat sideline to give the Wildcats a first down.
Yeah, he stumbled, but kept his balance enough to get to that spot there. I'm trying to see where that's at. Where is it, about 14?
They look like they have that spotted at about the 14-yard line. So
nice
7
play.
yards for Angelo. 4:50, and the clock is rolling here in the third quarter. Alexander again, he's going to give it to Landon Hill. Hill started towards the middle, decided to cut left, met by a couple of stingers. I believe it was Colin Anderson and Isaac Bassa on the stop. Not much there. They give him 3.
It's going to be tough sledding now. Stingers have been tough defensively. They're not giving up large chunks. That was a nice move by Landon, but they covered it.
Kobe Hankinson also on that stop for Marion Center. Clock is at 4 minutes and 10 seconds here in the third.
It's the other thing. You can eat a lot of that up on this drive.
Well, and doing it the way they're doing it right now, they have not tried to throw a pass here in the third quarter. Out of the shotgun again. And this one's going to be a handoff up the middle.
I think that was Braden.
I think it was Braden down inside down near the 5-yard line. Oh, they're going to put him around the 7.
They went with a traditional...
That was like a power
formation. Yeah, a little bit of a power look there.
They have not used a lot of two-back sets tonight. That might have been one of the first ones we've seen.
Got another 3rd and 3. How many of this we had here?
So 3rd down and 3.
Oh, big 2 plays here. They got 2 downs to get it.
They are 3 for 3 on 3rd down conversions are the Wildcats. Single back this time. Alexander out of the shotgun. He's going to give it to Landon Hill, and Landon Hill goes into the end zone for the Homer Center Wildcat touchdown. I think I might have saw yellow come down, though. The touchdown for the moment. The Wildcats go up. It is a touchdown, 7 yards for Landon Hill. Puts the Wildcats up by a score of 13-6 with the extra point attempt coming.
He ran left behind Butterly and Josh Voluchik. Nice job by them to give him that hole. This is a big point.
3:08 to go, the time of the score for the Wildcats, and here comes the extra point. Snap is good. This extra point is no good. It went wide left off the foot of Frazier, Brady Frazier, and so the Wildcats now up a touchdown, 13-6 with 3:08 to go. We'll be back with more here on our Wildcat Football Network.
Dan in a van hasn't returned your call. Chuck in a truck can't get there for 2 months. Dan in a van hasn't returned your call. Chuck in a truck can't get there for 2 months. Stop dealing with fly-by-nighters and call a company that's fully capable for all your plumbing and heating needs. Joyce Plumbing, Heating, and Air Conditioning Incorporated. Joyce Plumbing, Heating, and Air Conditioning Incorporated is on call 24/7, 365 days a year. Visit us at joyceplumbing.com. That's joyceplumbing.com. Joyce Plumbing, Heating, and Air Conditioning Incorporated, the best place in town to take a leak. PA 042115.
Oh, hi, Nick Moore, head coach of the state runner-up Homer Center Lady Wildcats. When I'm not game prepping with the girls,
I'm creating financial game plans at Wallbeck Insurance. We take time to learn about your specific needs to create a game plan tailored just for you, whether it is auto, home, life, health, or business insurance. Come see me, Nick Moore, at Wallbeck Insurance, where we offer more choices, more savings.
Call 724-479-9378 to let Coach Nick make a game plan for you.
Strike again. They lead now 13-6 over the Marion Center Stingers. That drive, 10 plays, 47 yards. Took 451. They were 4 for 4 on 3rd downs and were able to net 4 first downs. Wildcats take that lead and increase that lead from 1 point to 6 after that missed extra point. So we're going to see Frazier kicking off. Back deep again is Stewart for the Marion Center Stingers, who needs to get something going here as the 3rd quarter clock is starting to erupt away here. Frazier has the ball teed up, and we're about to get back to action. Kick goes right into the middle, and it's going to be taken by Stewart right around the 16-yard line. He's heading over near the sideline, but he's going to get corralled.
Well, nice tackle.
And brought down, I think it's Jackson Arone.
32.
Oh, 32. So the tackle was Brian Mills. 3 minutes to go here in the 3rd quarter. Marion Center will take over at their own.
Yeah, that was a great tackle because, Stewart, as good as he is there, he gets around him, but there's all kinds of sideline.
Well, and that's one of the things that when you're playing against someone who's quick, you've got to protect the sideline. If you give outside coverage and move inside, you're in trouble.
They've done a nice job covering those kicks so far.
The Stingers back in action. It's going to be a handoff. This time Stewart handed off. I think that was Camden Rising on the carry.
Think so. They're switched back now. Let's see what they do.
Rising picked up about a yard. Clock's ticking with 2:40 to go here in the 3rd quarter. The Stingers, their second possession of the second half. They went a turnover on downs. Actually, turned out they were lining up to punt the ball away. The snap was mishandled. Punter tried to throw the football, and it was incomplete. So that's the same as running offensive play. And the Wildcats make them pay for it. Now it's that's Stewart throwing that football deep. Great coverage by the Wildcats. And the ball sails and falls incomplete. The Wildcat defender ran right with him.
I'm watching. Let's see who that was. You see that number? 7? Is that 7?
I don't think so. No, I think that was Will Jones.
That could be. I just can't see it. He won't turn. Turn around. Come on, these guys. I'm saying one of the things you got to do is turn your body toward the broadcast booth.
So clock stops on the incomplete. We've got 2:09 to play. It is 13-6 in favor of Homer Center. It looks like we're going to come down to another one of those fantastic finishes.
Stewart's a good pass. I don't know why you don't throw shorter passes.
Stewart is going to be sacked in the backfield. No block, and he was untouched. The sack was Landon Hill.
Yeah.
He dropped Stewart in the backfield, and that's going to bring up a 4th down. And based on field position, you think that the Stingers are going to have to punt this away.
Yeah. And
it's too soon to start chasing score yet.
Yeah, they got an entire quarter yet. But this could be an opportunity for Homer to extend the lead.
Landon Hill with that big sack. He's starting to put his touch on this game right now, Ward Hilliard.
Yeah, they kept him out most of the first half.
This time the snap, no trouble with the snap, but the kick is short. And the Wildcats touch the ball, but they're going to grab it, and it's going to be the net on this. They're going to put this at the 26-yard line?
That's what it looks like, yeah. Coach Page must have took a big gulp over there when he saw it. It's like a 24, isn't it?
22.
Yeah, you're right,
Homer
Jerry.
Center
it
is going to take over with 116.
That's amazing. That is an amazing break. 4 yards.
So 4 yards on that punt. It looked like the snap was okay. Maybe it came off the side of his foot. But the Wildcats are going to get great field position. They're going to put this at the Marion Center 22 with 1:16 to play. In this third quarter, all of a sudden, the Wildcats are looking like the team that we thought the way the game started when they were moving the ball at will before they stalled out 2 drives in a row. Now getting some help with timely field position.
It's almost imperative they push this in. 22 yards. I mean, you got to be able to rise up and push it in. That gives you a little cushion, takes a lot of pressure off. Let's see how it works out, though, because the Stingers have been tough.
The Wildcats offense, part of them are coming over. I guess.
Yeah, they're giving them water breaks, and that's fine. That's fine. It's just hard for us to see if it's a timeout or just a water break.
I don't feel like I'm getting any water breaks.
We're not kidding. We're up on the hill there. We ain't going to get anything.
Yeah.
And we're also swatting bugs now.
Yeah.
Because they're starting to come in our window.
Yeah. And you have to have the window open.
Oh, yeah. It's still pretty
cruel
warm.
and unusual punishment. All right. We are finally back to action. 1:16 to go. And the Wildcats are ready to go. It is Angelo Alexander takes the shotgun, going to give it right back to Landon Hill. This time, not much. Landon's met at the line of scrimmage and forced backwards. Probably going to be about a loss of a yard or two on first down.
Good penetration. He just stuffed the hole, and he had nowhere to go.
And I think the Wildcats had just said they thought they found something that they liked and just were running it over and over again. The one play that I always liked that these teams have run in the past is that counterback.
Yeah, they used to run that out of the I formation. Boy, that was effective.
Alexander takes the snap, fakes the handoff, and now he's going to throw. He throws near the sideline. Let's see if it's complete. It was incomplete. Okay, it was trying to fit the ball over near the sideline. I think it's Braden Dunn, but unable to connect. So it's going to be
rolling left. Your accuracy suffers, and that's what happened there.
3rd down and 12.
He was open, but couldn't get the ball to him.
So the Wildcats staring at a 3rd and long, but we're probably in 4-down territory anyway. So you've got a little bit of flexibility with what you can do with this play call.
Stingers stop this. They're going to
This time it's going to be Landon Hill moving out into motion, and it's going to be a sack. Alexander tried to roll out. Looked like he was going to go to Landon Hill as sort of a safety valve. But, again, it's that rolling out and trying to throw across your body.
Yep.
Gave Marion Center enough time to bring him down, and it's going to be a loss on the play and bring up 4th down and long for the Wildcats. Still in Marion Center territory at about the 26-yard line of the Stingers. So the only call at this point is, what do you do?
It's the end of the 3rd quarter.
And that's the end of the 3rd quarter. So we've played 3. The Wildcats lead 13-6. We'll be back with the 4th quarter of action here on the Homer Center Wildcat Football Network.
At Grand Beginnings Children's Center, their focus is on growing and teaching children to be the best they can be. They know children need education, inclusion, and safety. Grand Beginnings has a mission to provide a warm and nurturing environment in which each child can grow physically, emotionally, socially, intellectually, and spiritually. Grand Beginnings Children's Center with 2 locations in Indiana, teaching children to shine since 1991. Call 724-463-1819. Find them at grandbeginnings.net.
Milk every moment.
Back from our S&T Bank broadcast booth, the Homer Center Wildcats staring a 4th down and 13 from the Marion Center 26. Out of the shotgun, Angelo Alexander, he looks deep into the end zone. He's got a receiver, and he's open for a Homer Center Wildcat touchdown. I think that's Jones.
Yeah, I think it is Jones. And that, again, a nice pass by Angelo where he just lofted it and let it sail to the receiver.
Will Jones with the touchdown for the Homer Center Wildcats.
Huge play. The one thing you can't do down there is let the receiver behind you. Look, Jones, we have the replay there. He was 2 or 3 yards beyond the defender.
A 28-yard TD pass.
Well done. Didn't panic, didn't try to force it.
Here comes the extra point attempt. The extra point is good, so the freshman makes his 2nd of 3 kicks. Our quick stats brought to you by First Commonwealth Bank. Our score is now 20-6 in favor of the Homer Center Wildcats with 11:54 to go here in regulation. We'll be back with more 4th quarter action here on the Wildcat Football Network.
At Grand Beginnings
We're the lifeblood of the community.
It's so much more than just a job.
So good patient care is providing top quality care, but also in a timely fashion.
They don't need to go to Pittsburgh for that. They can stay right here in their backyard.
So when a patient walks into your office, you receive them as your family member.
A patient leaves my office feeling heard.
And the focus truly is on what will get us our best patient outcome.
At Diamond Medical Supply, we're always on your team. No matter your sport, you can count on our support.
with braces, bandages, biofreeze, and so much more, all to keep you in the game. We're a winning care solution, no matter what you play. Diamond Medical Supply, keeping you healthy this season because we care about care.
On that for the Wildcats, 4 plays, 22 yards. The key play, a 28-yard touchdown pass from Ange Alexander to Will Jones, puts the Wildcats up. The kickoff comes to Stewart, and he's chased over near his own sideline.
Yeah, he mishandled the kick and it had to pick it up late. That allowed the pursuit to get to him.
So the Stingers will get this possession. They'll start with 11:49 to go from their own 25-yard line.
Homer's D needs to stand tall here. Stingers know they've got to do something.
And coming out of the huddle, here comes the Stingers offense. Operating out of the shotgun. This one's going to be a quarterback keep and I think the ball is out, and the Wildcats are signaling that they have it. No signal from the officials yet. Okay, no, they're saying no fumble. So
Alex Stewart on that.
Alex Stewart on the carry, and either the recovery or it never came out in the first place.
That would have been major. Break for the Stingers, so
they pick up about a yard on first down, brings up 2nd down and 9. Clock's rolling. 11:42.
Homer's doing a nice job of shuffling their linemen too. I see 2 come on right now.
And that's the interesting thing. Do you end up with cramps happening because the humidity is just.
Yeah, it's amazing. Nobody has cramped yet.
Stewart drops back to pass, and he is under pressure, and he is going to be sacked all the way back near the 15-yard line.
54. Let me look. Jackson Taylor, a sophomore.
And they're getting some folks in on the defensive side for the Wildcats. And that's a big sack. They're going to spot the ball at the 16. So,
impressive thing about it, Trav, is that they're making the tackle. They're not losing Stewart. As good a runner as he is, they're hanging on to him.
Yeah, and that's one thing you have to watch where you try to tackle a runner like that. But they have just been. It's been one of those things where it feels like a wave is just coming from that Wildcat defensive line. This will be a 3rd down, call it 20, from the 16-yard line. Stewart's out of the shotgun. He's back deep. He's trying to roll right. He's under pressure. And the ball was almost picked off, I think.
Yeah, Landon Hill had a shot.
Landon Hill almost had it, but it falls incomplete, and it'll bring up a 4th down.
I have terrific eye strain. I am having a hard time reading these numbers, even the Homer numbers. Big stop. Didn't give the Stingers any chance to hope that they might be able to make a drive out of it.
No, they went nothing but backwards. This is a 4th down and 20. They lost 10 yards from the start of the possession, and now you've got Jones and Braden Dunn, and the ball is snapped over his head, and it goes out of the back of the end zone. That is going to be a safety. So the Wildcats are going to get the fortune of a safety, and they're going to get the football back regardless.
22-6, and they will get the football. When it's going bad, it goes bad. It's a shame. The Stingers have played a great game up to this point, that they're starting to see the wheels wobble a little bit.
So the long snap goes over the punter's head.
Across the end line.
And across the end line, out of the back of the end zone, which by rule is a safety, and that's going to put the Wildcats up now 22-6.
And
it'll be a free kick for Marion Center. And Homer's going to get the football back out of this.
And they should have very good field position. I think the free kick's at 20. So they should be somewhere near midfield when they recover the ball.
It has been, and this, now by rule, can this be a kickoff or can this be a punt?
They can kick it any way they want.
Okay, so I would think this will be a kickoff.
You want to get brazen? Try a place kick and kick it onside.
And this is from the 20-yard line as opposed to a regular regular free
That's
kick
what
from
I'm saying. The odds are very good they get the ball near midfield. And a few first downs, they could pretty much stow this away.
So they've got Kobaugh back, Riley, Kobaugh, also Braden Dunn, and I think that's Will Jones.
Number 30, is it? That's Kobaugh. I don't know who's on the far side.
Now see if this is going to be another. This was a squib kick last time. And it is short this time, taken at about the 50-yard line. Is that Angelo?
No, it's
it wasn't. Okay, it was number 11. I saw one.
Will Jones.
Okay, so the Wildcats are going to get good field position off of that short kick. They return it to, that was Voluchek, returning that ball to about the 41-yard line of Marion Center.
You want to take as much time, play by play. They haven't started the play clock yet.
10:05, Jerry. HC will have the football now at the 41-yard line. They're getting some marching instructions from Coach Greg Page and his staff.
There was a flag.
Okay, so there was a flag. Okay, so that field position is going to be 10 yards. Even
in Homer territory.
Yeah, so that's going to be a penalty against the Wildcats. And it's going to bring it back across midfield to about the, looks like about the 49-yard line.
Yeah. I think Landon Hill's going to get a seat. Maybe not. That is, he's still in there.
9:42 to play here in regulation from our S&T Bank broadcast booth. S&T Bank, People Forward Banking. Want to thank them again for joining us on the ride this season. Okay, so 10:0. Actually, they took 2 seconds off.
Boy, these exchanges are really taking a long time.
10:03. They're going to put the ball at the 49-yard line of Homer Center. So Homer's right near midfield. This time it's going to be a handoff up the middle. Landon Hill picks up about a yard before he's met by about 3 or 4 Marion Center tacklers.
They're working at that ball, too. You can see them grabbing.
They're trying to generate a turnover, something to make things positive. Logan Gromley on the tackle for the Marion Center Stingers. It'll bring up 2nd down and 9. I got a Wildcat trying to tie their shoe right now, so...
That was Mr. Hill. Well, they'll try anything to bring him down. They'll untie his shoes so he can't run.
All right, out of that stoppage, here we go. The clock's rolling, 9:19 to go. Angelo Alexander, he's got Hill behind him this time.
He's watching the play clock, so that's smart. Down to about 5, and then they'll
And
go.
Angelo's going to hand it off, and this time it's going to go to Landon Hill. Landon scurries across midfield. Near first down yardage. They're going to spot him around the 42-yard line, maybe the 41. We haven't seen if they've told the chains to move yet, so let's see
They have to measure.
Maybe,
That's what they're going to do.
Okay, we're going to get a timeout. So while they measure, we're going to take timeout. We'll be back. Wildcats lead 22-6 here in the 4th quarter over Marion Center. We'll be back with more on the HC Wildcat Football Network.
Hi, my name is Zachary, and this is the bus that I take to school every day. It's a Smith bus. We have a really fun bus driver, and guess what? Smith Bus Company is hiring new bus drivers.
That's right. Smith Bus Company is hiring positions for full and part-time drivers and driver's assistants. They provide transportation for 6 area school districts, and they're proud of the work they do. Apply now at smithbusco.com, equal opportunity employer.
Here from Molino Stadium, the Wildcats lead 22-6. We went to timeout while they measured. Well, guess what? The Wildcats got the first down, the in-first bank first down, and we'll move the sticks. Remember to check out In-First Bank's rewards checking today. Wildcats have the football around the 41-yard line. Alexander is in the shotgun formation. He's got Hill behind him. And this time he sticks it in Hill's belly. Hill goes left side. Not much there, but he got about 2 or 3 yards. And again, at this point, I think we're just in clock-eating mode.
Good observation. That's exactly right. If you don't get a big gain, you keep the clock running. That's what they're doing.
And the Wildcats are just really being very deliberate right now about everything that they're doing. Making sure a lot of times the quarterback will run to the sideline to get that play called because he's got to run back to the huddle. In this case, they're not running for much of anything except for the plays.
You can see the play clock. You see it. It's at 12 now, so he's going to watch it come down a little more.
This time, Landon Hill is to his left. This time they give it to Hill again. Hill scurries up the middle, down near the 30-yard line, and that's going to be another first down. Another In-First Bank first down. Check out In-First Bank's rewards checking today. The Wildcats again move the sticks to the 30-yard line.
Yeah, there's 40 seconds between plays, and right now it's down to 27 seconds. Homer's taking their time, milking every second they can. That's almost a minute per play. They could conceivably run the game out here.
Landon Hill, 17 carries for 80 yards, and we've seen a bigger dose of Landon here.
Seems like he's getting into a rhythm, isn't he?
Yeah.
That's what good runners do.
He got the ball at the end of the first half, and we've gotten a lot more of him here in the third and thus far in the beginning of the fourth quarter. The Wildcats again there's a stoppage right now because they haven't even started the play clock yet, so somebody's looking for some kind of explanation.
It was wrong. It started at 40 seconds, and I watched it count down, and then now it's at 25. I don't know what's going on.
All right, the clock is now rolling again. The game clock is, we've reached 7 minutes and 10 seconds. Wildcats again. Landon Hill is to the left of Angelo Alexander, who's again operating out of the shotgun. They're going to run this thing down. Alexander with the handoff again to Logan Hill. Logan stutter steps, dances forward, picks up a few yards, gets himself down near the 25-yard line.
You could see the defense just
Camden
he's wearing
on
them
the stop.
Tackling a guy like Landon Hill this late in the game is no easy task.
Well, and he's been very elusive, and maybe some of that's the fact that he's healthy.
Yeah, he can cut. No, he wasn't able to do that.
You're seeing a lot more stutter steps and jukes in moves for him. The one thing about him is, though, you know the power is coming at some point. Again, same formation with Angelo Alexander out of the shotgun. Left is Landon Hill. This time Hill gets the ball, but the Stingers aren't fooled. They know the ball is going to Landon Hill. They dropped him pretty much right back at the line of scrimmage.
Great penetration there. I wondered, Stewart, I think, was the one that shot the gap and got him.
Stewart met him in the backfield, but Landon was able to fall forward. He got right back to the line of scrimmage. It is a third down from the 25-yard line. Wildcats need...
Stewart's a smart player.
They're putting 5 up on the board. To me, and maybe it's just my eyes, it looks like it's more closer to 4, but we'll see. Again, this time Hill is to the right side of Alexander, who again is operating out of the shotgun. Thought we might get some movement. This time Alexander fakes the handoff to Hill, kept it himself, and went right side behind the right guard. And it's going to be close again. Let's see.
Yeah, it
is extremely close because this may be short, though.
You're calling it
Eagle Eye.
Third down or fourth?
No, it's 4th down and 1.
This drive's achieved its purpose, so it burned a lot of time off the clock.
And this has been the Wildcats took the football with 10:03, and we're now approaching 4.5 minutes.
6 minutes.
Here comes Alexander, and I think they just got the Stingers to jump off sides. A second encroachment call. I think this is going to be encroachment. Let's wait for the official signal, but one of the Stingers sort of smacked his helmet like he knew.
Nose guard jumped, and there's going to be a timeout now.
So we're going to get a timeout. We'll take a timeout. It's 22-6 in favor of the Wildcats. 4:30 left to go here in the fourth quarter. Back with more on the Homer Center Wildcat Football Network.
Hi, it's Brian from SeaWorld Satellites, your Dish Premier local retailer. Upgrade to Dish from DirecTV and get a $300 prepaid MasterCard. Just mention offer code DTV2DISH. Come in or call us today at 724-463-3200, extension 122 to learn more and make the switch to Dish. That's 724-463-3200, extension 122.
Offer ends 11/13/23. Eligibility requirements and restrictions apply. Call for full details.
Introducing the new Colonial Advantage at Colonial Auto Group. Our complimentary program with every new and used vehicle. 1 year of no-charge maintenance, meaning you can enjoy your new vehicle and let us take care of the rest. Plus, a lifetime warranty. That's a $2,500 value. The Colonial Advantage program is our way of giving you peace of mind with every Colonial vehicle purchase. Colonial Auto Group, home of the Colonial Advantage. Visit shopcolonialcars.com.
Molino Stadium, Angelo Alexander on 4th down. They didn't give him a penalty. They called a timeout. So there was a 4th and 1. It ends up being a first down for Homer Center as Hill picks up about 3 yards on the 4th down carry. And the Wildcats will move the ball. The clock will continue to roll. They're going to move the ball down to about the 18-yard line of Marion Center. And like I said, this thing is coming up on 6 minutes right now, this time of possession on this drive.
Wow.
The Wildcats have held this football.
And they'll have another 2 or 3, almost 10 minutes, almost the entire quarter.
It is going to be one of those drives, you feel like. Alexander, this time he's got extra in the backfield.
That's what the Stingers were open for.
And it was almost a fumble. He had, I think that was, it was McCracken was right behind him. There was a mix-up. McCracken was a little too close. They collided. The ball sort of fell to the ground, but McCracken falls on it. It's a loss on first down.
Those are a little more tolerable in this situation, but nevertheless, I'm sure coaching staff wasn't happy.
Yeah, and it was just, and that's one of those situations where proximity, some of that is just spacing.
That's the risk of that kind of offense.
So the ball moves back to about the 23-yard line, second down, out of the shotgun, and it's a single back, and it's Landon Hill. Hill takes the handoff, tries to stretch the play to the right side, goes far side near the Wildcat sideline, but he's dropped. He got past the original line of scrimmage. We'll see where the ball is spotted. It's going to be third down.
About the 17.
You're going to spot this at about the 18-yard line. So third down, and they need it looks like around the 10. So we'll call it 3rd and 8. With 2:20.
It's like you're watching paint
and the
dry.
clock is just rolling right now.
They're down to 7 seconds. I don't know if they're even going to run a play here.
And they're just letting the clock roll right now. Yep, they run it down and they're going to take a timeout. So we'll take one too. Wildcats lead 22-6 with 2:05 to play. We'll be back with more here on the Homer Center Wildcat Football Network.
Grayston Coral Sportsman's Club invites you to take a look at the club voted Best in Indiana County 2023. Inside, you can find members unwinding with friends and enjoying delicious food like their homemade pizza. You can relax in the club by playing darts, pool, or shuffleboard. The club is a great place to watch your favorite team with family and friends. Proud to sponsor the Wildcats, the Grayston Coral Sportsman's Club on Neal Road in Grayston.
Hi, my name is Zachary, and this is the bus that I take to school every day. It's a Smith bus. We have a really fun bus driver, and guess what? Smith Bus Company is hiring new bus drivers.
That's right. Smith Bus Company is hiring positions for full and part-time drivers and driver's assistants. They provide transportation for 6 area school districts, and they're proud of the work they do. Apply now at smithbusco.com, equal opportunity employer.
Stadium, the Wildcats look like they're trying to run the clock out here as they hold a 22-6 lead over the Marion Center Stingers. 2:05 to go here in the fourth quarter. It's a third down. They're going to call it 10. It's Angelo Alexander out of the shotgun with Landon Hill to his side. This time it's going to be a short, quick pass, and it's going to go into the end zone. Alexander's pass complete. A quick out, and it causes just enough confusion that he's able to go into the end zone. That was Will Jones, I believe.
Yeah, I think it was. I didn't get a good look at him.
Every touchdown is on the far corner from our vantage point, but a touchdown for the Homer Center Wildcats.
I don't know if you can see the number on the replay. I can't pick it up. Didn't hear the PA say anything.
28-6 now with the extra point attempt coming. And Frazier's extra point attempt is perfect. So that makes the score 29-6 in favor of the Homer Center Wildcats. We'll be back to wrap things up here from Marion Center. Our fourth quarter continues, though, here on the Homer Center Wildcat Football Network.
The Twin Cities Event Hall is the perfect place to host your next special occasion. The event hall is located on the grounds of the Grayston Coral Sportsman's Club, featuring everything you need to make your next event shine. Inside the club, you can find members unwinding in the spacious bar and game room, enjoying great food and just gathering with each other watching their favorite team. The Grayston Coral Sportsman's Club in Twin Cities Event Hall, voted Best in Indiana County 2023. The Homer City Area Athletic Booster Club was founded 65 years ago to support and sponsor a startup midget football program. Some 65 years later, the Boosters have grown and now serve as the primary recreational arm of the Homer Center School District, sponsoring various sports such as baseball, softball, elementary boys and girls basketball, and yes, Bears football remains the foundation for our Varsity Wildcats program, teaching the basic skills to our children. Go Bears and go Wildcats from the Homer City Area Athletic Booster Club.
This game was 7-6 at halftime.
Yeah, it was very tight at halftime.
12 plays, 51 yards, 8:06 off the clock on that drive for Homer Center. 4 first downs. Quick stats brought to you by First Commonwealth Bank. First Commonwealth Bank, time to be first. The kick from Frazier is taken around the 20-yard line by Alex Stewart. Stewart, they're having trouble getting him down, but he advances the ball up near midfield. First good field position for the Stingers since that opening possession. So Marion Center's going to get it with 1:49.
Stewart got up a little slow there. He's had a rough day. He's played so well.
They're going to put this down at the Marion Center 47.
And we're going to get another break.
And the Bugs are attacking.
Is it midnight yet?
The Bugs are attacking. Hey, folks, we want to remind you, too, Grayston Coral Sportsman's Club, they're our presenting sponsor for Renda Digital TV, and we want to remind you, folks, if you're looking for something to eat, pizza, they got lots of pizza. Call and order up a pie. Let me see if I can locate I'm living in a maze right now. Guys, I'll have it for you momentarily. It's one of those nights.
It's been it has been one of those nights. Homer Center got into a little better groove.
479-3985. That's 724-479-3985. Pizza ovens are on till 11 o'clock, so call on your way home.
Good stuff.
Get yourself a pizza from the Grayston Coral Sportsman's Club. Again, we want to thank those guys for being our presenting sponsor of Renda Digital TV, making it all possible for you to enjoy the game on our YouTube channel. Okay, so the Stingers now have the football, 149. I feel like this is placed incorrectly, but
it might have been a penalty there, because I agree with you. I thought it was.
It looks like they walked off a 10-yarder.
Because he was back.
It's now at the Homer Center 42. So Stewart tries to complete a pass out to the side. He misses his receiver. And at this point it's you don't have a lot of time to run the football. So I think at this point we're going to see some throw attempts. And if not, Stewart's going to try to tuck the ball and see if he can get it on his own.
Yeah.
He's coming back after getting the call from Marion Center coach Adam Rising.
He had him well prepared, Adam did.
They had a great start. After that first
move the ball.
Defensively, those first two series, Homer Center looked like they were going to run away with it. And Marion Center's defense held. They ended up taking the football to start the second quarter, get a touchdown, and looks like they're in control. Here comes Stewart out of the shotgun. He's in trouble. He eludes the pressure and is running for his life. He picks up positive yardage. I don't know if he got enough for a first down, but he does get out of bounds, which will stop the clock. And it is a first down. They're going to spot the ball around the 33-yard line of Homer Center. Really nice job eluding the pressure by Alex Stewart.
That was McCracken that was in on him, and he just sidestepped them beautifully like a matador.
He went all the way, or went Olay, I guess is more of what I was looking for on the descriptive terms.
Got the first down. 1:38 to go.
1:38 is the time left here in this quarter. Again, Stewart, this time he throws a backwards pass to the sideline. Receiver catches it, gets a couple of yards before he's forced out of bounds. Okay, Jerry's telling me that was a rushing play because it was a backwards lateral.
Yeah, that's what it be. And Johnny on the spot or Jerry on the spot. Pick that up right away.
And we have across the bottom of our scroll on Renda Digital TV, pick up a pizza, get a pizza, order a pizza.
Pizza.
724-479-3985 is the number to get connected with the kitchen.
I think I'd drink one out here, do you?
1:33 to go. Stewart out of the shotgun. He's trying to go deep. He wants it all, and he throws it into double coverage. The official waves it off. So I thought he almost caught that.
Yeah, he did. He was between two defenders.
It was a heck of a play.
He had the best shot at the ball.
Hey, folks, a lot can happen to kids after hours and not just on the gridiron. Babies get fevers. Children step on glass. Athletes twist their ankles. If your child or teen needs care and your doctor's office is closed, IRMC at Chestnut Ridge is open weekdays and weekends from 8 a.m. until 8 p.m. What a great idea when you need them. Since 2009, IRMC at Chestnut Ridge, Old Route 22 in Blairsville, where you get in, get out, get better. A part of the IRMC family. Better health, better life. IRMC at Chestnut Ridge voted best urgent care and walk-in clinic in the Best of Indiana County contest. The Stingers now with 1:25 to go. have third down and long. This time it's going to be a roll out to the right, and a pass is complete from Stewart.
Number 11, I believe that was.
Caught all the way down near the 7-yard line. Landon Cook on the catch. And my apologies. My eyes, I am struggling to make out. Those Stinger numbers are very difficult.
I'm just guessing, but just happened to catch that one right.
So that's going to set up Marion Center with a 1st and goal from the 8-yard line of Homer Center. Clock's rolling. We just went under 1 minute out of the shotgun. Stewart tries to throw the football complete around the 6-yard line, but met by Wildcat receivers or Wildcat defenders immediately and pushed backwards. But forward progress is going to pick up about a yard or two. Cook the catch again on that one. 48 seconds. Braden Dunn makes the stop.
Timeout on the field, huh?
And the Stingers are trying to do whatever they can to put one more on the board here before the clock hits double zeros.
Pretty nice drive for them here at the end of the 4th quarter. Team don't quit, and that's always what a coach likes to see.
This game looked like it was going to be one of those games that was going to come down to a 4-down situation in somebody's goal area. But Homer Center really, it was a tale of two halves.
Yeah, they just turned it on.
From the time they took over in the 3rd quarter, and I'm really interested to see Jerry's time of possession numbers for the second half. We sort of joked, I think it was 12:02 and 11:58 in the first half. So about as even as you could get with two teams playing football. And I don't think they're going to be anywhere close to that when we see those final numbers during our first Commonwealth Bank postgame show, which is coming up momentarily.
Hey, pretty good bet that's the case.
So 48 seconds to go. It is 2nd down and goal from the 6. Stewart this time hands off, and the Stingers are going into the end zone.
He scored.
Rising was the quarterback, handed it off to Alex Stewart, and Alex Stewart goes into the end zone and gets the 6-yard touchdown for the Marion Center Stingers.
And that's uplifting. You know, they played hard. They deserve that.
Okay, 34-7. Okay, thank you.
That'll make the score right now 29-12 in favor of the Wildcats. And I think this is going to be a situation where they'll just go for 2. I don't see anyone looking to put down a tee, so I would, like I said, this is at this point it's cosmetic only. So the Stingers will operate out of the shotgun. Stewart tries to throw into the end zone, and it is caught. The 2-point conversion is good. Stewart's pass goes into the corner of the end zone. He sort of bodied the defender.
They've got some good leapers, and that's what they've been doing, throwing the ball high and letting them go up and get it, and that's about the 3rd one that they've done that.
Our replays are brought to you by Dowds of Plumville and Dowds of Greensburg. The 2-point conversion is good, making the score 29-14. It should be 29-16, I believe.
16, yeah, not bad.
They just haven't... Oh, no, that's right. It was 8 points. So, yeah, no, my math is not good. 29-14. I'll just keep talking.
Set up for an onside-er here.
They'll keep me straight up here. 42 seconds to go.
Yeah, I'm sure Coach Rising's proud of the guys. They never gave up. Went down and scored late in the game after getting pretty well pummeled there for the last couple of series.
6 plays, 43 yards, and only 107.
Yeah.
Very efficient drive for the Marion Center Stingers.
They got out of bounds a couple of times, and that helped. And Boy, there's a long time between these plays.
So here we go. They're coming out. So Stewart had the TD run. Two-point conversion pass was good. And that makes the score 29-14 in favor of the Homer Center Wildcats. They're going to get a opening season victory, and it is going to be one of those, the streak is going to move to 12.
Wow.
Homer Center
That's impressive.
has won 12 in a row over Marion Center. Not all of them pretty, and I'm not even sure at times this one was, but the second half has been a lot more.
Homer was pretty methodical in his second half. No two ways about it.
Okay, Homer Center won here, 29-14.
So 29-14 is where we stand. The Stingers are lining up to kick off.
River Valley v. Conemaugh Township.
Back deep is going to be Braden Dunn and Jones. Scores are coming in. All the finals here. Portage defeating Conemaugh Valley. West Shamokin defeats Penns Manor 40-18. River Valley over Conemaugh Township 28-7. Purchase Line defeats Heights, Cambria Heights 19-7. United Valley with the emphatic victory over the Northern Cambria Colts 28-7. And Indiana gets a victory 28-14 over Freeport. We are now...
they're all done, and we're still here.
42 seconds away. This has been a long...
you think?
From the time...
I think the sun's coming up.
We were we thought when Homer Center ran that series with 8 minutes that the game was pretty much over, but Marion Center didn't stop. And this is going to be a squib kick and short, and the Wildcats are going to cover it. And they're going to get the ball in Marion Center territory, and at this point you're going to see victory formation, I would assume. Dan Jones picked up the football for the Wildcats. And they're going to get this at the MC46. And this, I would expect, will be a kneel. Where Angelo Alexander is just going to probably go under center and will kneel on this and put this away. A victory for the Homer Center Wildcats to open the 2023 season. And here they come out of the huddle. And they're bunching. And Angelo's going to go under center. And he does kneel. 40 seconds is where they're at, so they'll at least have to snap one more time. Or is there going to be two?
Just get up there and snap it, and it'll be done.
Yeah, this should be the final play of the game.
There's 23 on the clock, so
Wildcats lead this thing 29-14, and actually they're not going to run a play. They're going to quit. So that's going to be all but the clock ticking down to 0. Both teams, though, lining up for the final handshakes. And we've hit zeros. Our final score here from Molino Stadium, the Homer Center Wildcats defeat the Marion Center Stingers by a score of 29-14. Our First Commonwealth Bank postgame show is on the way next. Again, we want to remind folks, Grayston Coral Sportsman's Club, hit them up for some pizza. The ovens are on till 11 o'clock. 724-479-3985. Don't forget about the Cornhole Tourney tomorrow. They are our presenting sponsor for Renda Digital TV. Want to thank them. It's time for our First Commonwealth Bank postgame show here on the WCCS Football Network.
Grayston.
The Homer City American Legion Post 493, a longtime backer of our local teams and a proud supporter of American Legion baseball, is pleased to be part of today's playoff baseball games and wishes the best of luck to all the athletes participating. Homer City American Legion Post 493 has served Homer City and our veterans for more than half a century. They're a staple of the community and believe in giving back. So have fun today, teams, from your friends at the Homer City American Legion Post 493.
At Diamond Medical Supply, we're always on your team. No matter your sport, you can count on our support. With braces, bandages, biofreeze, and so much more, all to keep you in the game. We're a winning care solution, no matter what you play. Diamond Medical Supply, keeping you healthy this season because we care about care.
Dan in a van hasn't returned your call? Chuck in a truck can't get there for 2 months? Stop dealing with fly-by-nighters and call a company that's fully capable for all your plumbing and heating needs. Joyce Plumbing, Heating, and Air Conditioning Incorporated. Joyce Plumbing, Heating, and Air Conditioning Incorporated is on call 24/7, 365 days a year. Visit us at joyceplumbing.com. That's joyceplumbing.com. Joyce Plumbing, Heating, and Air Conditioning Incorporated, the best place in town to take a leak. PA 042115.
Here's Mark Burke with radio.
Here at Molino Stadium, where the Homer Center Wildcats come up with the victory. Let's check the scoring tonight. Here's how it happened. The Marion Center Stingers won the toss and deferred to the second half, so the Wildcats took over at their own 35, were able to move the ball into Marion Center territory. Was aided by a 22-yard completion from Angelo Alexander to Braden Dunn, but the Wildcats stalled and turned it over on downs at the Marion Center 23. Marion Center took over at 9:58. They were unable to get anything going, punted the ball back to Homer Center. Homer Center took over at the Marion Center 36 on a short punt. Again, the drive stalled. They turned it over on downs and gave it back to Marion Center. Still nothing in the first quarter. Marion Center's next possession took over at the 5:53 mark at their own 30. They punted the football. This time were able to change the field position, giving Homer Center possession with 1:11 to go in the first quarter from their own 27. Again, Homer Center moved the football near midfield, decided to go for it on fourth down, turned it over at their own 44, and that's where the Stingers took over at 7:40 to go, and it did not take long. A 29-yard reception from Alex Stewart to Noah McCoy set up a 2-yard touchdown run. Handoff goes up the middle and into the end zone for the Marion Center touchdown. They strike first, make this score 6-0 in favor of the Marion Center Stingers.
Alex Stewart again.
It was Stewart up the middle for the touchdown. The extra point was no good. So it was 6-0 second quarter, and the Stingers had taken the lead. The Wildcats got their next possession with 3:55 to go in the second quarter. They took over at their own 35. Looked like their drive was going to stall out near midfield, but on a 4th down and 2, again, the Wildcats didn't look to punt. They set up to go on 4th down and 2, and Angelo Alexander was able to draw a Stinger defender into the neutral zone. That converted into a first down. Next up, a 30-yard touchdown pass from Angelo Alexander to Braden Dunn puts the Wildcats on the board for the first time. The extra point by Brady Frazier was good, and that made the score 7-6 in favor of the Wildcats. Marion Center did not have enough time, 49 seconds. They chose to run out the second half, knowing that they would get the football in the second half. In the second half, the Stingers took over at their own 32 to start their second half. They ended up turning it over on downs, actually lined up to punt the football near midfield. There was a little bit of a miscommunication on the snap. The punter decided to try to throw the football, falls incomplete, so the Wildcats get a gem. 7:59 to go in the third. They take over at the Marion Center 47 and got a dose of Landon Hill on that drive. It was something that foreshadowed things to come, and it was set up by this play. He's going to give it to Landon Hill, and Landon Hill goes into the end zone for the Homer Center Wildcat touchdown. 7 yards for Landon Hill. Puts the Wildcats up by a score of 13-6 with the extra point attempt coming. The extra point was no good, so the score remained 13-6. The Stingers took over from their own 27. Unable to get anything going. They were punted the ball away. The problem with that, it was a very short punt. Gave the Wildcats outstanding field position at the Marion Center 22. That didn't take long to set this up. A pass from Angelo Alexander. Out of the shotgun, Angelo Alexander, he looks deep into the end zone. He's got a receiver, and he's open for a Homer Center Wildcat touchdown. The touchdown went to Jones. It was a 4-play, 22-yard drive. The extra point was good by Frazier. That made the score 20-6 in favor of the Wildcats. Marion Center got the football at their own 25. Were unable to get anything going, lost 10 yards, and decided to punt. But a miscue between the long snap and the punter went over the punter's head and out of the back of the end zone by rule of safety, putting the Wildcats up 22-6, and a free kick coming back. The Wildcats got the football on a free kick near midfield at their own 49. Didn't take long again for Angelo Alexander to go to work. This time it's going to be a short, quick pass, and it's going to go into the end zone. Alexander's pass complete, a quick out, and it causes just enough confusion that he's able to go into the end zone. The extra point was good. That made the score 29-6. At that point, that was an 8-minute drive that was culminated by that touchdown. So Marion Center got the football with 1:49 left, took over at their own 47. A touchdown from Stewart. 6 plays, 43 yards on that drive. They went for 2, completed a nice pass into the corner of the end zone, and they set the score at 29-14. Homer Center got the football back and kneeled on the play. Our final score, 29-14 in favor of the Homer Center Wildcats. We'll be back with our First Commonwealth Bank postgame show. It will continue here on the WCCS Football Network.
Looking to experience luxury with your next vehicle? Then look no further than Luther Lincoln. From the full-size Lincoln Navigator to the mid-size Lincoln Aviator or the Lincoln Nautilus and Corsair crossovers, Luther has the Lincoln you want. With complimentary pickup and delivery for service or being able to schedule your service appointments online, Luther Lincoln wants to make your experience a pleasant one. Luther Lincoln, your choice for Lincoln. Route 119, Homer City. Click on lutherlincoln.net.
The Homer City Area Athletic Booster Club was founded 65 years ago to support and sponsor a startup midget football program. Some 65 years later, the Boosters have grown and now serve as the primary recreational arm of the Homer Center School District, sponsoring various sports such as baseball, softball, elementary boys and girls basketball, and yes, Bears football remains the foundation for our Varsity Wildcats program, teaching the basic skills to our children. Go Bears and go Wildcats from the Homer City Area Athletic Booster Club.
Introducing the new Colonial Advantage at Colonial Auto Group. Our complimentary program with every new and used vehicle. 1 year of no-charge maintenance, meaning you can enjoy your new vehicle and let us take care of the rest. Plus, a lifetime warranty. That's a $2,500 value. The Colonial Advantage program is our way of giving you peace of mind with every Colonial vehicle purchase. Colonial Auto Group, home of the Colonial Advantage. Visit shopcolonialcars.com.
We breathe. Lennox has a complete line of air purifier products, including a whole house dehumidifier.
Grayston Coral Sportsman's Club invites you to take a look at the club voted Best in Indiana County 2023. Inside, you can find members unwinding with friends and enjoying delicious food like their homemade pizza. You can relax in the club by playing darts, pool, or shuffleboard. The club is a great place to watch your favorite team with family and friends. Proud to sponsor the Wildcats, the Grayston Coral Sportsman's Club on Neal Road in Grayston.
A good one with Penn's Manor and some positivity for Wildcat fans. It was one of those times where a lot of people didn't know what to think about this team, and I'm not sure you still know all the way what to think. It was like a tale of two halves tonight. Ward, let's take a look at the numbers.
Well, for Marion Center, Alex Stewart had 21 carries, 56 yards. He had 2 touchdowns in that. 5 carries for 14 yards for Camden Rising, and 2 carries, 7 yards for McCoy. 28 rushing attempts for 77 yards for the Stingers through the air. Rising was 5 of 12 for 70 yards, 70 through the air, 77 on the ground, 147 total yards for Marion Center. That's kind of indicative of what Homer used to be producing last year when they lost their quarterback and certainly Landon Hill was banged up. For the Wildcats, Alexander, 11 carries, 28 yards. Landon Hill went over 2,000 yards, I might add, at 21 carries, 93 yards, and a touchdown. Braden Dunn had 3 carries for 5 yards. Mills had 2 carries for 3, and McCracken had 2 carries for 10. Homer had 39 rushing attempts for 139 yards. Through the air, Alexander 6 of 10 with 3 touchdowns. He's 7 of 13 with 3 touchdowns, 127 yards. So 127 through the air, 139 on the ground, 266 for the game. That's not bad stuff for the Wildcats.
It's not bad at all. And actually, like I said, the first half of this game was very evenly contested. You got Marion Center scoring that first touchdown after staving off a couple of Wildcat drives. It was an interesting situation for Homer in the first half. No punts, now. A couple of those drives, you're in position where you're not going to kick, but they just were very confident in their offensive unit in even some of the locations where they went for it on 4th down, but still had I think I have them at 4 turnover on downs tonight.
Yeah, scoring at the end of the half was huge, and a lot of that just carried over into the second half, and they dominated the second half, and that's a wonderful thing.
And one of the things you talk about was the defensive pressure. Really dialed up a little bit more pressure. One of the things that people had talked about, was how was this line going to be, with all new players. Now, there's 2 ways you can look at that.
True.
People who are sitting here, watching other people play, a lot of times you just jump in and you start to, mimic what was being done before you. I think this line did a decent job today. Maybe grew into it a little bit into the second half. Had a couple of nice big plays in the first half. A nice completion that set them up, but they just were unable to do anything with those drives. They both stalled. But in the second half, I thought that Homer was tough, up the middle.
Yeah, they were very, very strong on both sides of the ball. They seemed to be able to do the things that they wanted to do. Nice mixture of plays that resulted in those touchdown passes. Very good start for a team that no one was real sure about. And, you make the most of your skill, people. I think they did that here tonight.
That's for sure. Our first Commonwealth Bank postgame show continues. We're waiting. We're hoping to see one or both of our coaches for a couple of postgame interviews. So we're gonna sort of hang here for a little bit and see if we can get. I'm fairly sure I'm going to see Coach Greg Page, and I'm hoping that Adam Rising comes up and speaks with us too. I think he might still be on the field though, so we'll see if we can hang on long enough. Otherwise, you'll get a recap of that interview tomorrow on Coach's Corner. Hey, don't forget, it's a Saturday tradition. The Luther Ford Coach's Corner, Todd Marino will talk to the area coaches that are playing tonight and get their reaction to how their games went, good and bad. It's a great show, great tradition, been around. Now I'm putting myself, I should have looked it up, but it's I think it's 50-some years. But again, Saturday morning tradition. You can catch that on AM 1450 and 100.3 FM WDAD. And again, we're streaming it ourselves now. So go to WDADradio.com and you will find the link to be able to catch that. We're going to run through the out-of-town scores one more time. We got a correction on the United Valley Northern Cambria. United Valley did get the victory, but we got a clarification. The final score was 20-14. Purchase Line also a victory over Cambria Heights 19-7. River Valley came from behind. They went down 7-0. They put up 4 unanswered and win 28-7. West Shamokin with the big victory over Penns Manor, 40-18. The Comets will come to Memorial Field next Friday night, and that will be the home opener for the Homer Center Wildcats. Portage defeated Conemaugh Valley by a score of 34-7. And again, Indiana with a victory over Freeport, 28-14. Those are our out-of-town scores. Again, the final score here, the Homer Center Wildcats get the victory. Let's see. We're going to take let's take one more timeout, and we'll see. That's the one thing about here. The distance between the locker rooms, we'll have to wait things out. Our First Commonwealth Bank postgame show continues here on the WCCS Football Network.
Hi, my name is Zachary, and this is the bus that I take to school every day. It's a Smith bus. We have a really fun bus driver, and guess what? Smith Bus Company is hiring new bus drivers.
That's right. Smith Bus Company is hiring positions for full and part-time drivers and driver's assistants. They provide transportation for 6 area school districts, and they're proud of the work they do. Apply now at smithbusco.com, equal opportunity employer.
Hi, it's Brian from SeaWorld Satellites, your Dish Premier local retailer. Upgrade to Dish from DirecTV and get a $300 prepaid MasterCard. Just mention offer code DTV2DISH. Come in or call us today at 724-463-3200, extension 122 to learn more and make the switch to Dish. That's 724-463-3200, extension 122.
Offer ends 11/13/23. Eligibility requirements and restrictions apply. Call for full details.
The Twin Cities Event Hall is the perfect place to host your next special occasion. The event hall is located on the grounds of the Greyston Coral Sportsman's Club, featuring everything you need to make your next event shine. Inside the club, you can find members unwinding in the spacious bar and game room, enjoying great food and just gathering with each other watching their favorite team. The Greyston Coral Sportsman's Club in Twin Cities Event Hall, voted best in Indiana County 2023.
Milk every moment.
The Homer City Area Athletic Booster Club was founded 65 years ago to support and sponsor a startup midget football program. Some 65 years later, the Boosters have grown and now serve as the primary recreational arm of the Homer Center School District, sponsoring various sports such as baseball, softball, elementary boys and girls basketball, and yes, Bears football remains the foundation for our Varsity Wildcats program, teaching the basic skills to our children. Go Bears and go Wildcats from the Homer City Area Athletic Booster Club.
The Homer City American Legion Post 493, a longtime backer of our local teams and a proud supporter of American Legion baseball, is pleased to be part of today's playoff baseball games and wishes the best of luck to all the athletes participating. Homer City American Legion Post 493 has served Homer City and our veterans for more than half a century. They're a staple of the community and believe in giving back. So have fun today, teams, from your friends at the Homer City American Legion Post 493.
Dan in a van hasn't returned your call? Chuck in a truck can't get there for 2 months? Stop dealing with fly-by-nighters and call a company that's fully capable for all your plumbing and heating needs. Joyce Plumbing, Heating, and Air Conditioning Incorporated. Joyce Plumbing, Heating, and Air Conditioning Incorporated is on call 24/7, 365 days a year. Visit us at joyceplumbing.com. That's joyceplumbing.com. Joyce Plumbing, Heating, and Air Conditioning Incorporated, the best place in town to take a leak. PA 042115.
We are awaiting our head coaches, but they look like they're still on the sidelines. So we're
They're on the field or in the locker room.
yeah. So we are still awaiting our coaches. We'll try and give it a few more minutes. Looking at the scoreboard tonight, Ward, anything shocking or surprising to you?
No, nothing. Jeez.
You guys got to put his headphones on. He puts them down.
I'm sorry. Yeah, there's nothing really that jumps out at me. I think it's a lot of what people expected. Some pretty even games out there. But, again, United Valley with a big win. Everyone thought they would be pretty good this year, and they start off very well against a very good Northern Cambria team. And, certainly West Shamokin is, to me, one of the favorites, so they didn't disappoint.
No.
In fact, this Homer Center Wildcat team, pleasant surprise, I think. For people were a little skeptical. They didn't have a line coming back. They didn't know how good the so-and-so would be or this would be. And I think a lot of that was proven tonight that they have a pretty good ball club.
Well, I think one of the things you found out, too, is what you were missing with all of the quarterback time lost. The bugs are attacking us.
Yeah.
With Angelo Alexander missing a significant amount of time last year, the elusiveness, he did get tackled a couple of times, but he kept a lot of plays open, and he was able to stretch things out. His numbers aren't gaudy, but they were effective. One thing I'll give them all credit for tonight was it wasn't a ton of throwing the ball 40 yards downfield, trying to strike gold over and over again. That was one thing that I've always sort of griped about is, the middle of the field in the short passing game gets sort of lost a lot of times because people want to, try and take the top off of a defense throwing a ball 30 or 40 yards downfield. And tonight they had a number of short passes that, set up bigger plays or kept the chains moving. And so it'll be interesting to see, too, as far as Coach goes with some of the Landon Hill disappeared, it seemed like, from the lineup for a stretch from the middle of the first quarter towards the middle of the second quarter.
I think they were just trying to keep him as fresh as they could.
And maybe it was cramps or illness.
That could be too.
Who knows? But we're just waiting to see if we can get Coach Page up here and Coach Adam Rising. I think I see Coach Page coming, but we're going to be based on his distance. If he walks as fast as I do,
I think that's both of them there.
So what I may tell Michael back in the studio to do, and John also, is to maybe load up some stuff, and we can take another break and give them a few minutes to get up here. And I think that's what we're going to do.
It's going to take a few. Yeah.
We definitely want to have interviews, post-game interviews. So we're going to hang loose. That's the one weakness, is we're so far away from the field that normally at Memorial Field he's able to just sort of come back the back steps, and
we couldn't even yell down there to get him up.
Yeah,
it was that far away.
So what we're going to do, we're going to take another timeout. We'll come back here on our first Commonwealth postgame show here on Renda Digital TV, presented by the Grayston Coral Sportsman's Club and IRMC here on 1160 WCCS and FM 101.1. We'll be back with more here on the Homer Center Wildcat Football Network.
Hi, my name is Zachary, and this is the bus that I take to school every day. It's a Smith bus. We have a really fun bus driver, and guess what? Smith Bus Company is hiring new bus drivers.
That's right. Smith Bus Company is hiring positions for full and part-time drivers and driver's assistants. They provide transportation for 6 area school districts, and they're proud of the work they do. Apply now at smithbusco.com, equal opportunity employer.
Hi, it's Brian from SeaWorld Satellites, your Dish Premier local retailer. Upgrade to Dish from DirecTV and get a $300 prepaid MasterCard. Just mention offer code DTV2DISH. Come in or call us today at 724-463-3200, extension 122 to learn more and make the switch to Dish. That's 724-463-3200, extension 122.
Offer ends 11/13/23. Eligibility requirements and restrictions apply. Call for full details.
Introducing the new Colonial Advantage at Colonial Auto Group. Our complimentary program with every new and used vehicle. 1 year of no-charge maintenance, meaning you can enjoy your new vehicle and let us take care of the rest. Plus, a lifetime warranty. That's a $2,500 value. The Colonial Advantage program is our way of giving you peace of mind with every Colonial vehicle purchase. Colonial Auto Group, home of the Colonial Advantage. Visit shopcolonialcars.com.
Grayston Coral Sportsman's Club invites you to take a look at the club voted Best in Indiana County 2023. Inside, you can find members unwinding with friends and enjoying delicious food like their homemade pizza. You can relax in the club by playing darts, pool, or shuffleboard. The club is a great place to watch your favorite team with family and friends. Proud to sponsor the Wildcats, the Grayston Coral Sportsman's Club on Neal Road in Grayston.
Hi, it's Brian from SeaWorld Satellites, your Dish Premier local retailer. Upgrade to Dish from DirecTV and get a $300 prepaid MasterCard. Just mention offer code DTV2DISH. Come in or call us today at 724-463-3200, extension 122 to learn more and make the switch to Dish. That's 724-463-3200, extension 122.
Offer ends 11/13/23. Eligibility requirements and restrictions apply. Call for full details.
Hi, my name is Zachary, and this is the bus that I take to school every day. It's a Smith bus. We have a really fun bus driver, and guess what? Smith Bus Company is hiring new bus drivers.
That's right. Smith Bus Company is hiring positions for full and part-time drivers and driver's assistants. They provide transportation for 6 area school districts, and they're proud of the work they do. Apply now at smithbusco.com, equal opportunity employer.
Not yet. The First Commonwealth Bank postgame show continues on WCC.
Again, it's Travis Williams filling in for Mark Burdig, who will be back next Friday night as the Wildcats return to Memorial Field to open up against the Penns Manor Comets. But we've got Coach Greg Page joining us here, and Coach Page's visit is brought to you by Walbeck Insurance. Coach, congratulations on the win. I have lots of questions. You guys started off 2 fantastic drives, both into the red zone area before they stalled, and you end up with a couple of turnover on downs. Talk about the execution and the difficulty of it.
Well, yeah, I thought we got some quick starts, but then to Marion Center's credit, you know, when you get pushed into a third and long, and you have those situations going on, now you're trying to think, okay, we can't run everything that we want to run, and it kind of becomes a little bit of a chess match, and they outdid us there. We just got slow getting started. And then actually once they scored, we were able to come down the field and get the upper hand with the touchdown and the PAT. So once we got going, it felt like our guys got a little more comfortable.
And I know in the first quarter you were in positions where it didn't make much sense to punt. You were in 4-down territory. Talk about your young quarterback who you got to see a good chunk of tonight, able to finish the game and made some really nice plays.
Yeah, they were physical with him in the first half. I think particularly in the first quarter, or the second quarter, I should say. And I told him late in the second quarter, and I told him again when kind of had the game in hand. I said, we had one crappy possession there in the second quarter where we were all bad. And I said, but a credit to you, I said, you helped them bounce back. Guys made plays, a couple things went our way, and then you kind of get going from there. That's what I was pleased with.
Some questions about how, during the start, and maybe we just don't know what we're talking about, but Angelo and it was Landon Hill, you looked like you were going to give him a steady dose of Landon Hill, and you did to an extent, but then even in some of those drives to end the first quarter and the start of the second quarter, it seemed like was there cramps? Was there?
No, and it was like it made it look like it was by design by me with the second half. He didn't have a lot of carries in the first half, but we were trying to break Angelo loose. We were trying to execute some throws that we've been working on too. And like I said, we just couldn't get our skill guys to make that one cut or that one move to get loose, and it was kind of, the footing was a little tougher, but their guys zeroed in and made some good tackles. They didn't let us make those cuts to turn a decent gain into a big gain. You know what I mean? And
Alex Stewart gave you guys some trouble. It was sort of a back and forth first quarter into the second, and you're thinking to yourself, we're looking at a 0-0 game. They're able to get a touchdown. Talk about him and the troubles, and they were moving him between quarterback and running back also.
Yeah, all week, you don't want to say that one guy's your focal point because they have several good guys up front and then skill-wise. But the bottom line is it all starts with him, and he showed that. He proved that. And then when they put him at the halfback position under center, the dive's going to him, right to him, and several times they ran it, and we didn't have an answer. So, that's the kind of thing you do with kids like Stewart is you put them in different places to be successful, and that's exactly what Adam did. And the kid's tough, man. He's a bruiser, and I felt like a lot of times we bottled him up, but his legs kept making plays and kept them in contention for some things.
Your offensive and defensive line in the offseason, when you replace your whole unit, that becomes a target point for people to talk about.
Sure.
How do you feel? How you feel they did in week one?
When you look at the scoreboard and you get 4 touchdowns against a quality opponent, it took some different things and some different looks. But the bottom line is when everybody's sweating, it's the middle of the second half, it's humid, and everybody's beating on each other. You got 5 guys up front and a tight end that they're withstanding their pressure. I can't say enough about our 2 seniors who really. Garrett Green, we moved him to the line. He was a tight end. He didn't even play last year because of an injury. And Caden Bernard getting his first crack. He's a senior guard. And those guys, they're leaders up front. Was it perfect? No. But we got enough, especially in the second half, to get our backs going. And, Wilson at center and Voluchik, Stick Voluchik at guard. And then Eli Butterly got a few games under his belt last year, subbing for an injured guy. So, I'll have to look at the tape, but the bottom line is, and then eventually they start shooting people, and you have to be able to pick that up. And I'm pleased. You have to look at the tape, but you can't not be pleased when you get the outcome you had. So we'll see what we got to do.
I want to talk about your defensive line also. I thought the pressure really started to go downhill. It felt like almost like a wave was coming, and you guys were really starting to frustrate.
Yeah, I think early on they were pushing us around a little bit, and we got 2 of our D tackles are going both ways. So the plan was to try to mix 5 guys in there over 3 spots, and I think it worked well. We got some decent looks out of Caden McAnulty, a freshman. Bernard, Green, and Butterly, they rotated up front too with Jackson Taylor. So those are 5 guys. I don't think I missed anybody there. That gave us a good rotation when you can keep those guys rotated. Now, we got some good edge pressure at times, too. I think Hill had a couple sacks, and McCracken was creating a little bit of havoc. But, again, it's one game. Everybody's going to look excited and see the score. But the bottom line is there's a lot to work on.
And isn't that the way? Win, but have a chance to be able to, correct things and coach and move the team forward and develop.
Absolutely, and of course everybody wants to win a game, so you feel a little bit better when you roll it around again the beginning of next week, and so we'll take that. But it's just going to get tougher. I mean, every opponent's going to be a dogfight, and we have to find ways to sustain things a little bit better offensively, no doubt about it.
And from the out of town. Penns Manor took one from West Shamokin tonight, so Billy Packer's group's going to come in for your home opener next week, and they're probably not going to be very pleased.
They're not, and that's a staff of all the staffs in the area. I mean, their longevity, their togetherness, their chemistry as a staff. I mean, Billy's been there longer than I've been here, and that's a testament to them. So. I don't even. I'd rather they didn't lose tonight because that means they're going to refocus probably even more, and they're going to come in our place and want to get a little bit of retribution for themselves. It's always a tough game.
Coach, thank you very much. Congratulations on the victory tonight.
Thank you guys. Thank you guys for what you do.
All right, we're going to take a timeout.
You do know I have to interrupt. You do know now with the win that you have to. Superstition says you have to stay in this position. Mark's probably listening. So.
Yeah, at this point, he listened to the rest of the broadcast. He's like, I'll be here next week. You won't be. So don't worry about that.
We'll take whoever's here, but thank you.
Again, our interview with Coach Page is brought to you by Walbeck Insurance. We'll be back with more on our First Commonwealth Bank postgame show here on Renda Digital TV and the Wildcat Football Network.
Hi, this is Lindsay Reed.
The Twin Cities Event Hall is the perfect place to host your next special occasion. The event hall is located on the grounds of the Greyston Coral Sportsman's Club, featuring everything you need to make your next event shine. Inside the club, you can find members unwinding in the spacious bar and game room, enjoying great food and just gathering with each other watching their favorite team. The Greyston Coral Sportsman's Club in Twin Cities Event Hall, voted best in Indiana County 2023.
Milk every moment.
Stadium following the Wildcats' victory over Marion Center, and we're joined by Marion Center head coach Adam Rising. Coach, this was a tale of two halves because I thought your team was looking like they were bringing this thing once we got to the second quarter. First quarter, you gave up a couple of series that put Homer Center in the red zone, but your defense tightened up. Talk about their execution to start the game.
Yeah, defense, they got after at times and rallied to the football and were physical and, bringing Hill down, keeping that tough horse in the stall to say is a task at hand. But until I really digest film and so forth, our mentality was the big thing, I think, from the first half to the second half. We got to get tougher from a mental mindset in the sense that, we're right there with Homer. It was a one-score game, and we just come out, whether it was flat, satisfied, content, I'm not sure, but we have to get better from a mental side of playing football.
Talk about your quarterback, Alex Stewart. He's like a do-all kind of thing. Quarterback, I know he was a running back last year, so it probably was a more natural switch, but you guys were doing a lot of switching, I would assume, looking to confuse Homer. And why the decision to sort of go in between drives and just changing?
Yeah, just to try to get into a rhythm, trying to create a little bit of identity. Alex is a nice universal player in a sense. He's got strong legs, good balance, forward lean. He runs the ball, throws a good football as well, and just putting him in a position to maximize his effort, which he gave 110% this evening. And again, there was times up front that we did really well from controlling the line of scrimmage, and then there was times that they were blowing things up. So we just need to be more consistent in that aspect.
A couple of things hurt you tonight. Penalties on downs where Homer Center's in, 4th and short. I think you guys gave up twice first downs in the neutral zone. Do you put that to first game of the season, just trying to get your team, into that frame of mind and things that you'll clean up as the season goes on? Because that had to be very frustrating, putting yourself in those positions where it looks like you're maybe going to get the football back, and then next thing you know, you don't even have to run a play.
Sure. Yeah, especially on those 4th and shorts, that's just a kick in the ribs, especially when you're yelling out, hey, watch your football. And credit to Homer Center, they were going to long count, and we were just undisciplined up front. When you're over top the football and it's within 4th and at that point it was like 4th and 1 or 4th and inches, and long count we jump. It's a little bit uncharacteristic. That's on myself as a coach and individually as players, and just having football IQ at that point. I know we had a holding penalty early in the drive that put us behind the sticks. I think we had a push in the back on kickoff return. So, yeah, those are things we have to clean up for sure. If we're going to continue to get better and strive to win from a football program, we have to be more disciplined in that sense. On the positive, we were secure with the football tonight, so I was happy with that. So it's tough, that first week anymore after getting one scrimmage to go. I mean, to get into any type of gel and find your identity and what you're doing well and what you need to work on, and like I say, it takes 2 to 3 weeks anymore to really get a gist on yourself and your team.
Along that line, those lines of short time to prepare, and everything feels very condensed once you actually get the pads on. Special teams is one of those things that sort of, I would assume, sort of suffers because you've got to prioritize. And while it's an important facet of the game, it's one of those things where you have to spend your time, on the things that you're going to do the most.
Sure.
But tonight, you have a snap that goes over the top of the head of the punter, and some of that's just going to be frequency of doing it. A short kick, also the mishandled snap where the punter tried to throw on 4th down. Those kind of things, are very hard to overcome.
Yeah, without a doubt. You're trying to get everything prepared and getting your guys, set up offensively, defense, and we try to spend as much time as we can on special teams. And unfortunately, that mishap happened this evening with the 2 breakdowns on punt. So, again, another area of improvement. Long snapper. Isaac's a great kid. He's got to settle in at that point and, put the pass behind you in the sense you have a bad snap and you come in and it's still with you. So, again, that mental aspect, I think, right now is our biggest thing. I look with our group of guys is in the sense of forming our identity, developing, being tougher mentally, and learning how to win is going to be, the strive for progress within our football team.
Well, ending on a positive, that final drive, you guys, you get the ball, and you could just as easily have said, all right, our game's over, it didn't go our way. We're going to lose this game 29-6. Not only do you go down in about a minute 6, I think is what our count was, you score a touchdown, you have a nice pass into the corner of the end zone for a 2-point conversion, and you sort of walk off with a little, some kind of boost heading into week 2.
Sure. Yeah, absolutely. I love our kids. We have an awesome 30 kids on our football team, and they're all great young men. And I know, we know as a coaching staff with the group of guys we have and the energy and the mindsets and just the nucleus of kids we have, they're not quitters. They love the game of football, and I know them. They're going to come back hungry on Monday, and to get back into it. It was a great catch by Noah McCoy there. Noah just joined us recently within the last few weeks. It's been a great addition and showed what he can do as well with his hands. So yeah, we'll we have, and it's like I said, it's a great group of kids. We're going to continue to coach harder. That's what we need to do as a coaching staff, and our kids will bring it, I know for sure, and we'll be ready to go Cambria Heights.
Thank you, Coach, for the time. Good luck at Cambria Heights next week. Coach Adam Rising joining us on our first Commonwealth Bank postgame show. We're going to take time out, and we'll come back on the Wildcat Football Network to wrap things up.
The Homer City Area Athletic Booster Club was founded 65 years ago to support and sponsor a startup midget football program. Some 65 years later, the Boosters have grown and now serve as the primary recreational arm of the Homer Center School District, sponsoring various sports such as baseball, softball, elementary boys and girls basketball, and yes, Bears football remains the foundation for our Varsity Wildcats program, teaching the basic skills to our children. Go Bears and go Wildcats from the Homer City Area Athletic Booster Club.
The Homer City American Legion Post 493, a longtime backer of our local teams and a proud supporter of American Legion baseball, is pleased to be part of today's playoff baseball games and wishes the best of luck to all the athletes participating. Homer City American Legion Post 493 has served Homer City and our veterans for more than half a century. They're a staple of the community and believe in giving back. So have fun today, teams, from your friends at the Homer City American Legion Post 493.
Dan in a van hasn't returned your call? Chuck in a truck can't get there for 2 months? Stop dealing with fly-by-nighters and call a company that's fully capable for all your plumbing and heating needs. Joyce Plumbing, Heating, and Air Conditioning Incorporated. Joyce Plumbing, Heating, and Air Conditioning Incorporated is on call 24/7, 365 days a year. Visit us at joyceplumbing.com. That's joyceplumbing.com. Joyce Plumbing, Heating, and Air Conditioning Incorporated, the best place in town to take a leak. PA 042115.
I'm starting to wonder, or I'm starting to understand why Burdick never game show here on Renda Digital TV and News Talk AM 1160 and FM 101.1. We're going to wrap things up now. Again, our final score tonight, the final was 29 to 14 in favor of Homer Center. They opened the season going 1-0. And we'll come back home to take on the Penns Manor Comets. That game will be heard here on Renda Digital TV, presented by the Grayston Coral Sportsman's Club, and again on radio at 1160 WCCS, News Talk AM 1160, and FM 101.1 WCCS. That is going to do it for me. I'm Travis Williams for Ward Hilliard. And again, Mark Burdick returns next Friday night here. Good night, everybody.
You've been listening to an Indiana Regional